Nerdrotic.
Hello, everybody, and welcome to the Nerdrotic Nooner on Monday on the main channel today for good reason. And it's not just to talk about Superman. And I saw in the chat right there, you don't have to apologize for liking Superman. You can like Superman. It's okay. You can rip me for thinking it's the most 5 out of 10 movie since the last 5 out of 10 movie, which I got a lot of shit for too, which was Mission Impossible, The Final Dead Reckoning of Exposition. Not the worst movie, not the best movie, just a mid movie with a mid opening box office. But that could change, and we will talk about that. But first, let's greet everybody who's here. Actually, I have to do a bit of business first for myself. X-Ray Girls in the background helping out too, keeping me focused. Waiting for Nerdrotic, my book, my memoir. It was released at 3 p.m. last Friday, and the response has been humbling and brilliant, and I can't believe it. And I really had no expectations at this point for it. I'm glad I finished writing it. Oh, air quotes, had a lot of help because I can't spell, read, or form a sentence. I've been kicked out of 3 high schools, which you can read about in the book. It's basically my AA story. What it was like, how did I get here, what it's like now, and or basically how you completely fuck up your life and somehow survive. With, again, a lot of help from AA and family and good stuff. So please check it out. And if you want to scroll down, X-Ray Girl, thank you. There are your choices. You have choices. We have hardcover, soft cover. We have a hardcover signed. We have hats. We have shirts. I think there's a want it all. Yeah, there's a I want it all bundle right there, was on the bottom. Right. So yeah, we have the I want it all bundle. It's all there. So if you'd like, if you can, check it out. I'd appreciate it. And we'll be talking about it. I'm going to be doing other shows, and we'll be talking about it sporadically throughout the campaign, which ends on September 26, 2025. And there will be an audio book. I'm going to start that in August. It will be done in 14 years. I'm kidding. Just a little bit. Through the magic of editing, when I'm able to spit out like a sentence or two, that'll be fun. It'll be recorded right here in this studio. But yes, there will be an audio version of the book. And it's been very exciting, and I appreciate all the help. Gina retweeted, and all the guys have been shouting it out, and I really appreciate it. I do. Thank you. Thank you all. This is the best gig in the world, and we can do things, and I miss this. We can do things like argue over a 5 out of 10 movie. Now, some of you might think it's a 7 out of 10. That's cool. We can still be friends. Some of my friends think it's a 1 out of 10 movie. That's cool. I don't hate it that much. It's better than Captain America 4. It's better than Thunderbolts. It will probably be the best superhero movie of the year. That's my guess. I could be wrong. And maybe it makes the most money. Maybe it does. Do I think it's the best start of the DC universe with all the hype and James Gunn and all the bullshit that they've gone through? No. Do I think it's totally that different from a post-Snyder DCEU? No, I don't. I really don't. Do I think Superman was shown no respect in the entire movie? Yes, I do. I don't think he wasn't shown respect at all. But we'll get into that when we get into your questions. We're going to go over some box office here, and we're going to talk to you guys. But first, let's say hello to you. And by the way, if you're new to the channel, we normally do the Nerdrotic Nooner on Nerdrotic Live, my live channel. But today, because of the book, we're doing it on the main channel. We're also dual streaming on Rumble. So if you don't want to watch YouTube at all, you can watch it on Rumble. It's all good. It's all good. Let's see who's here. Oh, they did the name thing again. God dang it. Jose A. Taco, at Jose A. Taco, at Jedi Business 66, at Abigor, at JB24. God. Dances with comic. Oh, that went too fast. Dances with comic book, I think it said. The Faustian Man, The Reject, The Last Boy Scout, Super D-Man, J.A. Redshirt, Drubiturix, Noons. What's up, Noons? At Noons, at Page One, at One and Only SDF, at Real Panic. I missed that. That went too fast. Sorry. And here, I'm just going to slow it down. Eric K. Mod, at Eric K. Mod. God, I hate this. I hate it. YouTube, it sucks. Oh, we don't want people impersonating people. It might make people mad. You know what it does? It makes people laugh. And when people laugh, they are more engaged on your platform than the 5s and 10s of people who are generally your content creators who are going to get their pussy hurt over that. I mean, like, shut up, YouTube. Stop it. I've already talked to them, and they said, tough shit. It's permanent. Yeah, the no fun police. That's what they are. They are the no fun police, chat. Golem Wolf, welcome. Bearded Bold Bear, welcome. Welcome to the show, everybody. So, I guess we could just talk about the box office. We've talked about the movie quite a bit. I talked about it for 4 hours on Friday Night Tights. I talked about it in as much detail as I wanted to get into for 20 some odd minutes in my video, which is doing well. I will point out, to be fair, it's one of the most disliked videos I've had in recent memory, and I knew it would be. And I knew it would be because you're not winning on this one anyway. So the best way to approach it is not frame your mind and just give an honest opinion. It's pretty fucking simple. And you're going to take your lumps, you take your lumps. Normally my videos sit, and I think this is where pretty much everybody's do, outside of rare occasions, or if you're just, I don't know, an idiot, which I am, is 96% to likes to dislikes. This one's at 92.7. 92.7. So a couple thousand dislikes. And that's fine. Because that, ladies and gentlemen, is DC. So just to be, the internet has a short memory, just in case everybody forgot around the discourse of Man of Steel and Batman versus Superman, because it's been a minute. And, DC fans have not been served well by Warner Brothers. They haven't. They've been done dirty. But now the world is seeing on full display on Twitter what DC fandom is. Very passionate. And one of the distinct differences between them and Marvel, aside from the fact that they care more, is they will fight amongst each other more than Marvel fans will. A lot more. Orders of magnitude. You should have been in my shop during New 52. Those were fun times. So what you're experiencing here on Twitter, I did for an era at my comic store during New 52. Every New 52 book came out, and something would get the customers going, and it was fun. I loved it. I loved every minute of it, and that's what I really appreciate. Is this? I know some people might disagree, but this movie isn't woke, dude. It's not. It tries to get political. So how are we using the term woke? Well, did they make it an immigration allegory? No, they didn't. They tried to get political at times, and it's so superficial, they didn't pull it off. So it was like, what? They made it comical and dumb. But you can, especially if Baravia and, people imprinting Israel, Palestine on it. Or I would say way more Russia, Ukraine. Now, the Israel, Palestine comes from that our government was funding Baravia. I know where that comes from, but this script was written before October 7th. Now I know people felt that way before October 7th. I'm well aware of that. But I would say if you want to put anything on it, maybe Russian Ukraine, but they made it so comically stupid. Okay, for one, the people in the desert were just standing there the whole time. Same people the whole time through the whole movie. Like, how much time passed through the movie? And it's the same people standing in the desert, just waiting for things to happen, waiting for James Gunn to say action. And the leader Baravia was such a joke, and it was more goofy and comical than a supervillain from a freaking cartoon. Actually, and I'm talking about Saturday morning cartoons from my era, not the 90s or anything. We're talking 70s. We're talking Super Friends. So yeah, it's not woke. It's not a woke movie. Believe me. It's not like I've changed from my Ironheart review to Superman. Okay. Which was just a week ago. Remember Ironheart? It only came out 3 weeks ago. Remember Ironheart. So now you could people don't like James Gunn. People don't like Zack Snyder. I don't particularly like them. I like some of their movies though. I do. But the great thing is you're seeing the DC fandom and you're seeing passion and you're seeing people arguing like crazy, but it's over like merits of the movie, which is, it feels like a throwback and I love it. I love every minute. I've had my popcorn out, my metaphorical popcorn. And I have been enjoying the shit out of it. I've been having the best time on Twitter in a long time. For one, all this political shit is out of my fucking timeline, and I can actually just see people arguing over nerd shit, and I'm like, yes. Now, I would look at this as progress, not perfection. If we could get more to let's make a better movie, fine. But this is what happens when you have, and I'm keeping my score out of this, but a general consensus amongst nerds, because this isn't normie-rotic, it's nerdrotic. From nerds, this is between a 4 and a 10 and a 7 and a 10. And this is where you get the most arguments, because it's basically a mid movie. It's not spectacular. I don't see very many people who like it in our sphere saying it's spectacular. They're saying, I liked it. F you, I liked it. And that's fine. That's fine. I had fun. Then that's good. That's brilliant. That's brilliant. I'll never shit on you for liking it. Go enjoy it. See it twice. See it 3 times. No skin off my back. Don't let me ruin your good time. And then there's people who absolutely fucking hate it. And that's pretty normal. It just is. With a movie that did better, and this was a long time ago on my channel, Spider-Man Homecoming, I don't like Spider-Man Homecoming. I don't like the portrayal of Spider. Believe me, I every time I go on EFAP, somebody brings up that I didn't like Homecoming. And I was completely open why I didn't like it. It's like I can't get out of my head all the comic books I've read and all the previous Spider-Man movies I've seen and how much I love this character, and it's been my favorite character my entire life. And I'm not going to sit there and go, well, I'm just going to accept him as Spider-Boy, the sidekick of Iron Man. Bullshit. Who's a fucking little crybaby throughout the whole damn movie. He's just 15. He's a crybaby. And they should have made him. And if he's just 15, then call it Spider-Boy. Spider-Boy Homecoming. I like No Way Home, but I don't like Spider-Man Homecoming. And I still don't. And was the other one I can't even remember. Far From Home, went to Europe, and it came right out after Endgame and Mysterio. The only thing I remember is the end. When J.K. Simmons came back as J. Jonah Jameson and Scott as Alex Jones, which I liked. I liked that part. That's the only thing I remember. So nerd reasons. And hey, they fixed it. They retconned it at the end of No Way Home. He finally became Spider-Man from the comic books. We just had to take 3 movies to do everything backwards. Great. Fantastic. At least he's finally in And I didn't hate the costume in the first one. I actually liked the costume. I like the Romita-esque costume, but the one they finally settled on at the end of No Way Home was great. But that's nerd stuff. That's where we're going to disagree on stuff. And I love that conversation again. I think it's fucking fun. You know what? That's how I used to pass my day every day at the comic shop. That's how we do things here. Believe it or not, we're not an. I thought we were an echo chamber. What I've noticed is and I think this is the setup here. Mark Malkin, who admittedly has gotten me a lot of clips. So I got to thank that piece of shit. He's a piece of shit. But the thing is, we can blame Mark Malkin, but that's like blaming the shark for eating you when you jumped in their fucking tank, when you jumped in their water. No, you blame the idiot adult pretenders who fell into the trap. Now, Nathan Fillion, not so much. He just said, need a hug. I think that's fine. But James Gunn's brother stepped in it. Absolutely stepped in it when you could just give a generic answer like James Gunn gave to Mark Malkin. But otherwise, the marketing, it wasn't great, but it wasn't like Rachel Zegler. It wasn't Rings of Power. That's the worst shit I've ever seen. But I don't think it helped. But I don't think we can use it as an excuse for its poor weekend at all. But I do think they were trying to frame that any criticism of this movie was going to come from MAGA, because when Mark Malkin went in there and we got those little clips, then fucking Fox News is out there with some old bag saying the movie's woke, and now people are asking if the movie's woke, and we're asked on Piers Morgan if the movie's woke, and it wasn't. But they really wanted that to be an excuse. They really wanted it to be that excuse, because what I've noticed is a lot of conservative influencers, the ones who are all fighting about the Epstein stuff right now, and trying to sweep for some of it, were liking the movie. They liked the movie. Tons of them did. I think Tim Pool gave it an 8 out of 10. Tim Pool, and that's cool. You like Picard season 1 too? You know what I got shit for? Liking Picard season 3. I had this really nice email calling me out, but it was nice. It was really well. It was nice. And I'm going to paraphrase it here for you. And it's something I'm super uncomfortable hearing, which is he basically said, you don't know how much influence you have. I never want to know. I don't want that shit to go to my head. It's incredibly dangerous for any human being. And it's dangerous for me and my recovery and stuff. So no, I reject that completely. I'm just a dude giving an opinion. I'm an idiot. But he said, you should approach things basically nicer. I came off as sarcastic in my video, which I do in every video. And I should have been more balanced. And my basic response to that is I told the truth. And my opinion is not going to jive with people sometimes, and so be it. That's all I can do. I'm not going to go into a video going, how do I frame this? I have my little notebook out, and when I'm watching something, if something cringe happens or something that I think is funny, I'm like, oh, I'm going to point that this is, like smoke alarm. That was a last minute decision. I'm sitting there, we're re-editing the last bit of the video, and I'm like, Garrett, I want you to put in a smoke alarm beep throughout Ironheart, just randomly, don't overdo it, just a couple of times, stuff like that. That's how it gets done. I don't pre-write. I bullet point, and I have notes, and I can barely read them. That's how we do it. But that's the only thing you can do. Okay, that's what created this space. That's why more people now than ever are going out reviewing, and that's great. I encourage more people to start your own channels, start your own damn reviews. Entertainment's not going to go away. Hollywood's in trouble, but there'll always be movies, there'll always be TV shows, there'll always be games, there'll always be books, go, and if you love that shit, and if you love it enough to even complain about it when it's bad, for example, I used to be a Charger fan. There was no more critical person of the Chargers than me. I would shit talk them. I would fucking rip them to pieces at games, after games, before games. And it was a lot because they sucked a lot. I wasn't the rah, we're great at everything. It's going to be the best year ever. No, I was never like that. I was a fan. I loved it when they won. I went to every game and I ripped them at the games. That's the way it is. So that's all you can do. That's all you can do. That's what, the people who, and maybe some of them genuinely feel that way. And bless you if you see the world like that. 10 out of 10. It's better than Donner Superman. It's like, shut up. Just shut up. Best superhero movie ever. And that created a space like people started going, I'm starting to think these guys are full of shit. And you were right. That's what created this space. So now you are the media, and it's so much better. It's so much better. But the discourse you're seeing on Superman, which gets hot and heavy, people are getting emotional. It's pretty normal. It's pretty normal. Now, if Superman did, okay, so box office, if Superman did $250 million globally, I would not be upset. I would not be all, God damn it, it succeeded. And I thought it was 5 out of 10. It succeeded. No. I would think, well, this doesn't bode well for the future of superhero movies because we're going to get more stuff like this, but it succeeded. All right, and it still could. It still could. It could have legs like Guardians of the Galaxy. Absolutely could, based on word of mouth and stuff. But yeah, I'm not going to get all upset. I mean, Avatar movies make more money than most countries. Those movies are fucking terrible. Utterly terrible. It sucks that a filmmaker of James Cameron's caliber is spending the rest of his career on shit. Oh, and if you want to argue about woke, Avatar's fucking woke. It is woke. Especially that last one. Pregnant women fighting, all the fucking environmentally gobbledygook and men and machinery a bird and fucking intersectional feminist shit everywhere. They're woke. Absolutely. I do appreciate the effort that James Gunn did I want to make something. He wanted to try. Okay, this was try. Did not succeed in the execution at all. But he's like, I want to make something hopeful. I'm not really sure I know how because I'm really into irreverent humor and, a bit of a black pillar once in a while, a bit of a nihilist and, full of irony. But I'm going to try to make something hopeful. So he did. And they tried to make something brighter and they tried to make something Bronze and Silver Age. So I do appreciate that. And I think they should continue to move ahead with that. Absolutely. Just somebody more suited for the job. Brad Bird. Yes, he directed the fucking terrible Incredibles 2, but he directed the Incredibles and the fourth Mission Impossible film. And I think Brad Bird is the kind, and I think Iron Giant he was involved in too, right? Could be wrong. That's the kind of person you want to approach Superman. That's the kind of person you want to. Iron Giant was fucking awesome, by the way. Just great movie. Just a great movie. So that's so. Do I think they should shit can the DCU? No, absolutely not. They have a template. They need to map it out. They needed to make sense. I'm fine with the casting. Move ahead with that. But I would, if you're asking me, delay Supergirl a year, go back to the drawing board and go, maybe we just need to map things out a little better. Oh, and put up that bat signal. Jim Gordon, get on that building, put on the bat signal right now. Because you need to bring in your Trinity. You absolutely need to bring in your Trinity. But Superman should have made $200 million domestically this weekend with all the hype, with James Gunn. Like, and I am a Superman fan, man. I was shocked that I didn't like this movie. I was like, damn it. It was disappointing. That's why I put it in my review. I wasn't angry. I was disappointed. The kind of thing that cuts deep with your kids. I was disappointed. I'm like, what? Oh, damn it. Because I fully expect this movie, and it still might be better to be fantastic, to be better than Fantastic Four. I thought it would make more than Fantastic Four, and it still might. I don't know. I thought this was DC's time to shine. I want to see DC kick Marvel's ass. It would be fucking brilliant. It would be brilliant. It's like, okay, the movie wasn't woke. Great. Now, is it good? Did it tell a story? Or was it just like something serious is going to happen? Hello, Lois. I want to talk to you. Squirrel. That's the movie. I forgot who was talking about it on Twitter, but some people were saying tonal whiplash. It wasn't total whiplash. It was tonal ADHD. It was tonal spaz. And I like a fast moving movie. I like a fast paced movie. I'm down with that, but it has to have a little bit of connective tissue and not feel like a series of vignettes. But we are arguing over like the process. If people are going to start coming at the critics of this movie with you just don't understand, stop. Please stop. Don't go there. There's nothing to understand in this movie. I talked about it on EFAP. Lady Greymaster brought up, well, there's too many plot contrivances. And I'm like, I couldn't tell. I couldn't tell because there would need to be a plot for there to be a contrivance. But yes, there was a lot of very convenient things happen. And very convenient things didn't happen. Like, why didn't Superman use his X-ray vision on Ultraman? Could have any moment, any time. He used it on the kaiju. That's just one of many. Why didn't Superman free all the prisoners of the pocket prison? Now, certainly, for one, I know where you're going with that, and I got an answer to that. Why didn't he free or try to free all of them? Why? And people go, well, maybe some prisoners deserve to be there. Maybe. But Superman would free them all, and then like Batman or somebody would come and go, do you know who you fucking freed? And he's all, well, they weren't given a trial. And these are just, I mean, the more you think about it, and it's a comic book movie. Comic book movies thought about this stuff all the time. And that shouldn't be an excuse. I want it to be a comic book movie. I want it to be a great comic book movie. I'm so sick and tired of dark, grounded takes. I said that during the Batman review, which I got a lot of shit for. I'm like, I like this movie in the first 2/3, but it's still a little too grounded for me. I want to see a Batman that's that perfect balance in the animated series. That's what I want to see. I think that would be a true representation of kind of an amalgamation of what the comic book Batman is, because it is. It's the best. It's the best. It is the best. But yeah. I think the discourse around it's fine, and I think it's fun. And just try not to get too pissed about it. So box office. Let me get to there it is. That's Variety. That's good enough for me. Variety is good enough for me. Oh my God, I have too many tabs open. There we go. Freaking somebody will get ad block. Someday. Superman soars to 122 million, third biggest box office opening weekend of 2025. That's probably pretty good. It's been a pretty terrible year. We've got a couple of billion-dollar movies that one I didn't see and will not see. One I did see and hated. And then this. And that's fantastic. At least they're not calling it the highest grossing Superman movie opening weekend for a Superman movie, because it's absolutely not true. We'll get to Harry Potter in a second. I actually think the kid looks pretty good. Updated. Superman can lift up a collapsing building's Godzilla-sized monster, and now the box office. Superman, this is lowered expectations. It's the lowered expectations. And this has been brought up as well, and I agree. We are in a different era than 2019, so we are now dealing with the lowered expectations of Hollywood. So that being said, yes, absolutely. Personally, I think this is mid. I think this is a very mid box office opening, particularly for the international numbers. Superman, the newly rebooted comic book adventure starring David Corenswet as the Man of Steel, flew to 125 million in its first weekend of release. Monday's actual tally was above Sunday's estimate of 122 million. Those are strong ticket sales, enough to rank as the year's largest debut, after Minecraft, 162 million, and Lilo and Stitch, 146 million. Both movies that had extensive legs and very good international. Turnout was slightly softer than expected in the international box office, with $195 from 78 markets, bringing the global tally to 220. Box office watchers say they aren't surprised that Superman started stronger in the U.S. compared to overseas, because the character, whose motto is Truth, Justice, the American Way, is a quintessential Star-Spangled hero. Probably should have put Truth, Justice, and the American Way in it, and maybe you made a few million more dollars. This is an outstanding domestic opening. If there's any softness here, it's overseas, says David A. Gross, who runs the franchise movie consulting firm. Superman has always been identified as an American character, and in some parts of the world, America is currently not enjoying its greatest popularity. That's anytime. Warner Brothers and DC Studios have a lot at stake, and not just because Superman cost a hefty 225. Okay, so earlier on a financial document from signed by a state or city worker at Cleveland, said it was 360. Maybe that was including the marketing at the time. So they're saying it's 225 million with $100 million marketing. Bullshit. Utter bullshit. Complete bullshit. I don't believe that for a second. Do I believe this was a $500 million movie? I don't know. No, probably not. But I'm thinking its reality was it's closer to 380. 400. That's but like, hey, let's roll with it. Let's start believing the studios now, man. Let's start taking the studios word at face value. Let's start doing that now, because it's Warner Brothers and not Disney, because Warner Brothers are the good guys and Disney are the bad guys. Disney are the bad guys. But this thought out there, because David Zaslav canceled Batgirl, which he should have done, but went ahead and released things like the Joker too, and is some kind of like he canceled Black Superman. Nobody was ever going to come out with Black Superman, and it's not canceled. It could still be made, by the way, so it's not canceled. Don't think it will be made, because I don't think David Zaslav's stupid, but he's also overseen, things like bringing back Peter Jackson and Philippa Boyens to write War of the Rohirrim, which was pure intersectional feminism. Most of you didn't see it, but he lorded over that, allowed it to be released. This is the first pure Zaslav thing, but Zaslav and Warner Brothers oversee HBO, who gave us Black Snape. So I'm not ready to call him a hero. Call me crazy. Do I probably like him more than I like Iger? Sure, I guess. But has anybody seen CBS TV programming? It's not like Warner Brothers is like the based network, okay? Because they're not. They're not. They're not. All right. So that's so it's been updated to 125. That's up 3 million. That's good. That's good. That is good. Problem is, Ryan went over this in a video and I shared it on Twitter. All you have to do is go to that little Wayback Machine and have a memory without adjusting for inflation. Back in June 16th of 2013, I still own the comic shop back in these days. Weekend box office, Man of Steel soars to 128 million debut. Now, the number of 116.6, I believe, has been floated out there because technically that's true. The Friday through Sunday total was 116 million. They didn't add the Thursday preview. The Thursday preview was pretty much, not even worth mentioning because back then it was at, maybe 9 or 10 o'clock. There was a few shows sprinkled in. It wasn't Tuesday, Prime member only, almost a full day of release, and Thursday fan screening, which was a full day of release. So Superman, James Gunn's Superman, or Superman's James Gunn, had a 5-day opening weekend. Let's not pretend because they didn't add some 10 and 11 shows. It's not a full fucking day. So they had a 5-day opening weekend. Now, I don't think Superman's James Gunn or Man of Steel are 10 out of 10 movies. Okay. I just don't. I don't think Man of Steel's anywhere is not the best Superman movie. It is not. It is not. That is 78 Superman and Superman 2, the Donner Cut. Those are the two top Superman movies. They have yet to be beat. It's not like Warner Brothers hasn't had the resource and the time to do it. They just haven't done it. I don't make the rules. I just make the observations. But it made $128 million. So without adjusting it for inflation, Man of Steel opened to more. Now, will Superman's James Gunn have a rally and again have legs? It could. Absolutely could. It could perform just like Guardians of the Galaxy Volume 3 and leg out $700 to $800 million. I think I'm along with everybody else. I predicted 650 to 700 million for this movie. I don't think that's unrealistic, and that's definitely successful enough to continue with your universe. Absolutely. Will they learn? No, they never do. They never do. Especially with James Gunn's ego. And then we have, for comparison, the Batman did better, and it should, because Batman's a more popular hero than Superman. The Batman certainly had its problems too. Terrible third act, shady Waynes, fucking incel Riddler, who's a YouTuber. It had its problems too. Believe me, the Penguin, much better. Much better. Orders of magnitude better than the Batman. I guess the thing to worry about, again, Ryan pointed this out. Ryan did point this out. Ryan got his Kindletism going, which I appreciate. Ant-Man 3 Commie Mania did better than Superman. Not by much. A few $1 million. But this is Ant-Man. Ant-Man doing better than Superman. Better international. Yeah, so that softer international was about 95 million in all of the markets for Superman. Man of Steel, you can't really compare because they staggered the release. You can't really compare to that. Oh, I forgot to mention Man of Steel's domestic opening, adjusted for inflation, over $160 million domestic. So it beats It beats Superman's James Gunn by a lot. By a lot. Is that all James Gunn's fault? No. Before they launched this DC, well, yes and no. Yes and no. They released a bunch of flops. One of those flops said James Gunn said it was his favorite superhero movie. I now believe Disbrew when he said that I think James was being honest here, and I agree. I agree. We also have the firing of Henry Cavill, which James Gunn knew about, but he was never going to continue with them. Now, did James Gunn lie to all these people and lie to the public? Yes, James Gunn lies. So that's his fault. James Gunn lies a lot. So that's why I'm kind of confused why people who would criticize Disney's lack of honesty with the box office are just going to believe this. I'm not. I'm not at all. Hell no. I'm not going to start believing the access media. So Ant-Man 3 did better than Superman. The Batman did better than Superman. The Batman was a 3-hour movie too. And it legged out almost $800 million, which is like, when you make a Batman movie, you expect $1 billion. You do. This movie, Superman's James Gunn, should have made a domestic $200 million weekend. That's what it should have done. Absolutely should have done. And maybe they should have waited a year. Maybe they should have taken a few more. I could give them all the shits in the world, taking a few more passes at the script. I don't know. I think time will tell on this one. I think it will be in time, though. It was okay. It was all right. All right. It wasn't really that good. We've seen that play out a lot. But maybe not. People just will say this is the greatest thing and be a, prisoner of the moment's a thing. It's absolutely a thing. But we'll see. We'll see. Deadpool and Wolverine. You could argue, hey, these are bigger characters. They've been in bigger hits and Marvels. But in the comic book world, these are not bigger characters than Superman. Superman's one of the most well-known characters in the world. But DC has also done damage to its own brand by not respecting the character of Superman. And we saw that in this display in James Gunn's Superman. Deadpool Wolverine did 211 million domestic. 211 million, almost 100 million more than this movie. And you're like, well, it's Hugh Jackman, it's Ryan Reynolds. And I'm like, no, but this is Superman. It's directed by James Gunn. It's relaunching an entire universe. And arguably, no, not even arguably, there's been more attention and more talk about this movie than any Marvel movie that has come out this year or will come out this year. This is the first time in recent memory, and I'm talking half a decade, where DC has completely outshone Marvel. Completely. Drowned out the Marvel conversation to the point where they're dropping Fantastic Four teasers and people going, Dropped a couple big ones too. We find out in a press conference that confirming the spoilers that Galactus won't attack Earth if Sue and Reed give up Franklin. And they said no. And then it'll turn into a girl boss story where female Silver Surfer and Invisible Girl. I'm just going off the spoilers. We'll save the day. And the boys will just be background going, yay, girls. But yeah, I this is the first time like this was your chance to shine. And right now, when you needed a walk-off home run, I'd say right now it looks like you got a single. Maybe a single. It's not bad. You're on base. You're on base, but it's we'll see how the word of mouth is. There's no competition next week, except for there is a Pedro Pascal movie coming out next week and the following week. So there's one called Eddington, which I don't think will compete at all because I think it's going to be terrible, which I will be reviewing. But yeah, there's nothing really else coming out next month, so next week. So it doesn't have any competition for next week. So if it maintains a decent hold, and it's got a chance, because after Fantastic Four, it's kind of nothing. So it's got a chance. Do I think Jurassic Park's still going to trounce both these movies? Yes. And it's looking pretty strong for Jurassic, whatever the fuck it is. It's already at $500 million. So yes. I think the prediction that most of the world came up with is going to be correct. It's going to be correct. But 125 million. Oh, look, there's going to be a spinoff for Mr. Terrific, the guy who stole the show in the Superman movie, Mr. Terrific, who was good. Didn't respect Superman either. When Superman said, "Hey, I want to take this kaiju to a zoo or something," he just goes and kills it. And many of us thought that they were going to kind of do a reverse Kingdom Come. So this Justice Gang was going to go out there and wreak havoc, and Superman was going to have to clean up their mess and then kind of show them the way of being a hero by getting their respect, showing them how to get shit done without killing people. And I'm like, okay, I mean, like, that doesn't sound horrible. Like, Superman comes in to this horrible world, and that's why the Authority was going to be part of this. The Authority was going to be part of this. And that mindset, that was such a red flag to everybody who's read a comic book. Went, what? So when James Gunn announced the DCU, one of the second or third things out of his mouth was, we're going to bring in we're going to do an Authority movie. And I'm like, what the hell? So what the Authority is a postmodern Justice League. It's the boys. It's got a Superman and a Batman character who end up in a gay marriage. It ended up being a good comic, but they're very alternate universe, but DC bought Wildstorm and introduced them, blah, 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 whatever. But it's very of its time, 2000s, and it's not what you start the DCU with. Now, you can bring the Authority in a decade down the road after multiple hits, and they could present themselves as a challenge to a fully established Justice League. That would work. That would totally work. You don't make them your second or third movie. You don't introduce them in Superman, which they originally were going to be. Remember, they were written out. And it is, that was a massive red flag. And now, like, a lot of my concerns were justified, because it feels like they dialed that back a little bit. But Superman doesn't really grow as a character. He's tough. He's tough in the sense that he doesn't give up, but man, he whines about it. He's frustrated about it. He's super frustrated, man. He's Superboy. I've heard, Verbal Riot, I love Dante, say it's only year 3. It's only year 3. So he's Superboy. So he's still acting like Superboy in year 3. And he didn't get his ass kicked once in 3 years with all these metahumans around and stuff. So we're told via text that when we see Superman crash, that's him losing his first fight. So to make this movie work, you needed to establish that Superman had respect and was a hero, and they did not do that. They wrote about it, but they never showed it. He gets kicked in the balls. He gets called a bitch. He gets saved by the dog multiple times. One time's fine. I like Crypto. I didn't have a problem with Crypto. I just think it went on a little too long, but I didn't have a problem with Crypto. But yeah, we didn't get to see Superman be super or a man. That's my criticism of it. And there's too many people taking away from his character. And that's what my concern was with the superhero movie going forward. We have James Gunn's more comfortable in an ensemble piece, obviously, because that's what he did with Superman. Superman is a solo fucking story. Superman, Lois, Jimmy, Lex Luthor. Sure, you could have Crypto and Steve Lombard and Miss Tessmacher in the background. Perry White. I needed more Perry White. No other superheroes. None. Soup versus Lex. Brawn versus Brain. That's how you start it. And then you can bring in Bizarro and Mr. Mxyzptlk and Brainiac and all that shit. General Zod again. I don't care. You can bring all that stuff in later. I'm fine with not showing the origin. I'm totally on board with that. Everybody knows it. But there's too many characters, too many, and Mr. Terrific being more interesting than Superman is in his own movie is a crime. I mean, great for Mr. Terrific, and I do think James Gunn could pull off a pretty decent Justice League International movie. I think that's more his speed, and I think somebody else should write and direct future Superman projects. That's what I think. I do not think James Gunn is right for Superman. And my proof is watching that movie. But it's very, very heavily discussed. Very heavily discussed. Very heavily discussed. We've got Julia Garner gave a good response when asked about female Silver Surfer, which is not she just took a job, and I think her response is, hey, I just took a job. I'm still gonna do my job. Fair enough. It sucks that you got put in this job and they put you in crappy CG and you're not really gonna get to act, and it's gonna completely remove the impact of the original story, which Marvel's adapting, one of the greatest comic book stories ever, and they decided to run out and fuck it up by putting a female Silver Surfer in, which nobody asked for. Fundamentally changes the story. It makes it dumb, and it sucks because Galactus looks great. Looks absolutely great. Oh boy. Oh boy. We'll get to some news soups real quick. And then I'm going to be squaring up some others. Let me check on. Hang on. News soups. We have What Up Skyrim the Shrimp for $5 says, what's the best superhero movie of all? Personally, I think it's Spider-Man 1 or 2 with Tobey. Spider-Man 2 could be up there. Spider-Man 2 for it's Superman 78 because it was the first and it was just blew me away as a kid. But Spider-Man 2 is a good choice. Iron Man would be a good choice. Iron Man would be a very good choice. We did a poll on a Real BBC, like, what's the best Marvel movie? And Iron Man won. Iron Man won. Also, bought your book. Can't wait to read it, man. Thank you, Mr. Blue Sky, for $4.99. I did not listen to that song today on my workout, but I usually do. Thank you very much. And yeah, the book's doing great. It's at 98,155, 1,918 books sold. You guys are fucking great. Amazing. I loved Superman. I hate Far From Home. I love Clone Wars 2008. Disagreements are part of life. Absolutely. 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 Right, Joseph Kaczynski, a blank check to make Spider-Man 2. Yes, the director of F1, I think, would be a fantastic director for Superman. That is your choice. The director of Top Gun Maverick and F1 taking on Superman, I think, is the way to go. You need to strike a balance because you don't want to go too fucking dark, and you don't want to go, like, if you want to go light and funny, it still needs to have weight. Joss Whedon gets a lot of shit, as he should, because he was a fucking moron politically. And all that popularity and influence went to his fucking head, and it eventually got him in a lot of trouble. He also got, canceled for just being a dick, which you shouldn't lose your job for. But what what Joss gets blamed for, Gunn is pretty much a descendant of the Whedon-esque type of writing. The problem is the poor copy of the Whedon writing is undercut things with a joke. But if you go back to Joss's earlier work up to Avengers, he knew when to dial shit back, and he knew when to be serious and earnest, and he would do things that would give a story weight immediately. That's what he was good at. And the people who, and it's half of Hollywood, it's most of Hollywood. Like Star Trek is an attempt at trying to be Joss Whedon, Kurtzman Trek, and none of them can pull it off because they suck. But only Joss Whedon could do Joss Whedon. And as Mueller and I have discussed, Joss Whedon can't do Joss Whedon anymore. Even if he came back, it wouldn't be the same. So they need to balance that out. And I think that would be a great choice. Gary, you got to get into One Punch Man. You'd love, especially Saitama, King and Moomin Rider Western. I'm trying to read all these fucking these anime names and manga names. Superhero writers could learn something from the writer of One Punch Man. Well, I mean, a lot of the manga and anime is basically just taken from Western stuff that was good, and they just continued it while the Western stuff continued to decline. Same with me and the Mets. They are the worst baseball team in existence, and I love them. Your honesty is what makes people trust you. Hail, Gary. Thank you, B-Chain. Thank you. I don't hate the Mets. I hate the Dodgers. My oldest son is a Giants fan. JD, what? Oh boy. I was just going to say JD's been a member for 46 months. Thank you, JD. I appreciate it. If WB stuck with the classic comics or at least had some of you guys on consulting panels, Superman movie would have been substantially better. Where do we go from here? I don't think it's, some may disagree, but I think you can work with this. It's possible to work with this. I'll be, somebody will say I'm sweeping for James Gunn. I'm not, but you can work with this. It's not a total disaster. It's not like Rings of Power season 1. It's like first 20 minutes in the Rings of Power season 1. I'm like, there is no financially recovering from this. You are fucking toast, and you are stuck with a bunch of seasons, and there's nothing you can do. It will suck. They can work with this. And enough people like it to where they can work with it. I know this isn't real BBC, but what do you think of a film with all 4 Robins teaming up together to find Batman? Maybe after about 10 years of a fully established Superman, Batman, Wonder Woman, Justice League, full rogues gallery of villains. We've seen some villains come and go. We've established some hits, and we're way in the future. Sure. Yes, I'd be down. Totally down. Orn Ugaten or orangutan for $1. Thank you very much. Or Jugaten. Well, I'm just going to say it says Orn Ugaten. That's what it says. Now, she's finished high school. I have not, so I don't know who you want to listen to. The Writer Fiction, at The Writer Fiction for $5 Australian. Never thought I'd see the day Quest for Peace would be dethroned as the worst Superman film. Woo! I don't know if I'm going to go that far. 2-penny Puppet for $5. I just read Eric Clapton's autobiography, which is basically his AA journey. I just couldn't imagine. I thank God I didn't fall into that trap. Yeah, I'm going to read that, by the way. He's sober and kind of based on some stuff. Glenn is a new member. Welcome, Glenn. Wolfie 319's been a member for 4 months. Call me fat so I can go to the gym tomorrow. Fatty, go to the gym tomorrow. Fat ass. Did Superman seem like an anthology? Like they had a theme, but each 15 minutes was a short film, and they just edited all the short films together? It definitely felt like they didn't want to throw out an idea while simultaneously cutting out 20 minutes that felt like it needed to be in the movie. A lot of things needed a lot more context. It's very superficial. It's very hollow. It's very two-dimensional. And that is surprising because James Gunn in the past has allowed things to breathe, has allowed things to have heart and soul. You could see that there was heart in this, but it really wasn't like anything memorable. Like, again, it's a 5 out of 10 movie for me. And I am struggling. I was trying to think before the show. I'm like, okay, what's my standout scene? I can't think of one. And this is a Superman movie. I found a standout scene in Superman Returns. There's a standout scene in Man of Steel. There's a standout scene in fucking Batman versus Superman. There is no standout scene in this. There's nothing that, no, there's a couple things that are cringe. There is. Engineer's acting is terrible. Superman getting kicked in the balls. Superman getting called a bitch. Superman whining and crying. But like, there's nothing I can think of that like, that's a Superman scene where the music raises and you're like, oh, you feel the goosebumps. Like, fucking, that's why I go to superhero movies. None of that. Nothing. I felt nothing. I felt nothing, which sucked. The prisoners were freed at the end of the movie. While not an amazing conclusion, it was there. Oh, they were freed. They were freed. Yes. I didn't say they weren't freed for the entire movie, but I get why you're saying that. Yeah, they eventually were freed by the end of the movie. They did show that. They showed it through Lex's ex, who wrote a bad blog about him. But then the question is, so they freed the prisoners at the end. It wasn't Superman. How many of them actually should have been in there? Maybe there was a couple of really bad ones that were, say, political officials or something like that, and there was no way they would have gotten off. Maybe Epstein was in there and they let him go. But Superman at the time, before he gets rescued by Mr. Terrific and Lois Lane, would have tried to rescue the other prisoners and not just fuck them off. Oh, and a lot of people died in this movie. I literally watched some Green Arrow instead of seeing Supergun. No regrets. No regrets. Like the early Green Arrow CW, it was all right. I liked it. It's one of the first things I reviewed in this channel. Thank you, Thunderstorms 8926999. Skyrim, the Shrimp for $20. Even if you don't look into One Punch Man, I highly recommend you watch Moomin Rider versus Deep Sea King in dubbed. Nothing from either DC or Marvel in the last 5 years comes close to the emotion that short gives. All right. Thank you. Thank you for the $20. I appreciate it. Where are we at? Zodlander's been a member for 16 months. The two things that stick out as bad things in the movie for me, but don't make the movie overall bad, are Breeder and Conquer, not fake, Supergirl, and Crypto. Yeah, the breeding thing and the conquering thing from Jor-El, the running rationalization for it is it will be retconned in another movie, which is a big no-no for storytelling. A big fucking no-no for storytelling. And a bigger no-no for your first movie that's launching a universe that you don't know is going to fucking exist. You don't know. Maybe Superman like ekes out a good profit, then Supergirl flops and Clayface flops. Those are your next two things, by the way. Peacemaker is going to be on HBO Max. Oh, Superman and those monies can make things at the back end. No, they won't, because they're going to go to HBO Max where they paid themselves. Remember when people criticized Disney for paying themselves for Thor: Love and Thunder? So you will make no money putting it on Max for a certain window, which they have to do. And then they can license this out and work some money out. But that's years down the road. That's 6 months down the road. That's whatever down the road. No Batman in sight. No Batman in sight. The next movie is Supergirl. What's after that? That's part of this universe. I don't think Clayface is. What's after that? A Lanterns TV show. Okay. What's in the theater? What's in the theater? But the Jor-El thing is unforgivable, and it's worse than making the Wayne shady. It's worse than having Clark let Pa Kent get sucked up in a tornado. It is worse than Superman being a stalker. And if everybody wants to bring up Superman Turn Back Time in 1978, it's fucking 1,000 times worse than that. It's gonna be in another movie is a failure of storytelling. It's something you could have resolved in this movie. It'll be resolved in Supergirl. Okay, a movie Superman will be in what? In a cameo? So it'll be part of her story and not his, when they could have resolved it at the end of the movie instead of her calling him a bitch. But we went for the let's call him a bitch. Yeah, it's a terrible decision. How to bring people back to the box office? White Boy Magic. So DC movie, DK3 Master Race, Wonder Woman kissing Superman with their baby, a bloody mess, and says, "It's good to see you this way. It's good to see you this way." Dark Knight 3, Master Race. Good Lord. Almost forgot about that. Vigard Koch 353. Thank you for being a new member. When I buy your book, if I get it signed, what guarantee do I have that it will not be auto pen? None. No, I don't know what an auto pen is. I will be signing it. I have a pretty easy signature. Put the capes away already. It might be time. JWT, I think there's plenty of other nerd shit. I really thought that we'd get this rise of like sword and sorcery stuff and fantasy because the technology's better. And man, it would be great to see like an Elric movie someday. But then you'll see that Red Sonja trailer and Rings of Power and Wheel of Time and fucking Witcher. And you just fuck. Like the Witcher thing, fuck. There's a bunch of other nerd shit. I always thought George would finish his book. I should be excited that Peter Jackson wants to come back to Lord of the Rings, but it's like, you're doing what? And anything, I mean, it's from the appendices technically, but anything from the Silmarillion is now just like off the fucking table. It sucks. We had so many options, but I was told by a Hollywood executive, I'll leave it at that. I was told by a Hollywood executive that superhero movies are kind of cooked. It's easier to greenlight a Western now. And I'm like, good. Fucking good. Give me more Westerns. Give me Westerns. I'm fine. I like a lot of stuff. Bring back good sci-fi. Project Hail Mary. I hope it's good. I like the book. Hope it's good. Steven Spielberg, who hasn't been Steven Spielberg in a long time, but he's doing a UFO movie. I'm interested in that. G&G Daily didn't have ads, but your channel does. It's going to spread to everybody eventually. I think if like on Cobra Cast tonight, you'll see it on Cobra Cast, and I think Kirsha has them on hers. I don't have them on Nerdrotic Live, so it's a slow rollout. Thank you. Hello, Gary. Hope all is well. All is well. Chad Admiral Thrawn. All is well. The book is kicking ass. We're at 98,332. So we might hit 100,000 today. That's fucking crazy. That is crazy. I have read Batman and Superman more than Wonder Woman, but do you find at times Superman does have villain problem? Meanwhile, Wonder Woman and Batman has infinite. What's your take? Batman has the best rogues gallery of villains of any superhero. That's not even arguable. That is a fact. Wonder Woman's. I think Wonder Woman's are no different than Superman's. I think Superman's he has good villains. I think second best rogues get. Well, Flash might have. Flash has got a pretty good rogues gallery too for DC. Spider-Man's got a good rogues gallery. Very, very animal oriented, but yeah, Batman's number one. But then you bring in Darkseid in the equation, and that's that's brilliant. And Snyder Cut, Darkseid was fucking awesome, man. Darkseid was awesome. Not enough of them, but holy shit, that was good. The Smurfs movie comes out this weekend. Okay. Are you saying that's gonna it might take the kid market, maybe? Is that where you're going with that? I didn't even know it was coming out, Lady Greymaster. But as you know, I haven't had little kids for a decade or so. You shouldn't be super chatting, damn you. They should have adapted My Adventures with Superman in a live action, or at least the way they introed it. I like the way they did that show. They should have adapted A Man for All Seasons. One of the Neon tweeted about. It's one of the best Superman stories out there. I mean, they said they based this on All-Star Superman, and I'm like, okay. That's what he got his inspiration from. With a continuous 50% drop each weekend, Superman is looking at 600 million worldwide box office, more likely 500 million. That's a disaster. 500 million would not be good. That would be a disaster. 500 million would be a disaster. I think it's going to make more than 500 million. I think it's going to make more than 600 million. But I've been effing wrong on most of the I'm not a box office prognosticator or analyst. I can it's pretty easy to tell when something's shit and it's gonna flop. Pretty easy to tell. Like the Marvels, you didn't have to be a genius to figure out that was a really fucking bad idea and it was gonna do shit at the box office. Snow White. It wasn't hard to figure out that was a really bad idea. Ironheart. You didn't have to be a Mensa to figure out that was a bad idea. This one is far more interesting because there are people involved who have done good things. The cast doesn't suck. So it was more of a surprise to me that I thought it was. I was fully expecting to walk out of this going, that was pretty good. I may see it again. You never know. I'm never going to see this movie again. Not going to own it. But My Adventures with Superman. There you go. With continuous I read that one. I hate the trope of superheroes trying to get drunk. What's the point of trying to get drunk if you have superpowers? Oh, Hollywood has to see themselves and everything. I mean, some tropes are fine when they work and they're funny. It wasn't funny at the end at all. There was a couple chuckles at my theater. I was not one of them. Thumbs up 1981. Nice nice profile picture for the ladies there. The Jor-El twist didn't bother me, weirdly enough. To me, he is a plot device akin to Abin Sur. If it happened to the Kents, Waynes, or Uncle Ben, then for me, Jor-El is as important. Is as important as Uncle Ben to Superman. I think Jor-El's incredibly important. But if that works for you, that's fine. James Gunn is James Gunn too close to the James Gunn, says Zero Chill for $4.99. Yes, I like the man's work. I like the Suicide Squad. I like Guardians of the Galaxy Volume 1, 2, and 3, although I think they're all diminished as they go along. I like Slither. He wrote Scooby-Doo. I like Scooby-Doo. think that's a good movie. As Garrett pointed out on Twitter today, there's more structure and more characterization in Scooby-Doo than there is in James Gunn's Superman. I like Dawn of the Dead, which he wrote. I do not. The two things I don't like from him prior to Superman were Creature Commandos and Peacemaker. I don't like Peacemaker because it undercuts his character from the Suicide Squad, which was really interesting. Andrew Wilson for FNT. When, LOL, he would be fun, contrary point of view, like Gavin, but he wouldn't get his balls out. I'd talk to him, yeah. Yeah, before Gavin pissed everybody off before he got his balls out, but I saw what he was trying to do. So if you understand, if you've watched Gavin, most of you probably didn't. But he likes to take that little devil's advocate thing to get some information out. Now, we always, like, he's never respected gamers or nerds, or at least not pretended to, even though, like, he read comic books and shit. So, but he was trying to, he was picking our brains, and he was asking us, like, if we were married, if we owned homes, if we had kids, if any of the kids have grown up and graduated high school. And for those of us who, and the majority of us are parents, we're asking yes. Yeah, because he was like trying to move, like he was using a very clever way to say these aren't nerds in their basement. But he also was really brash and started pissing a lot of people off. Right. And then when he asked that question, you could determine that he was either getting put in his place or was he playing a game. And with Gavin, you don't know. You don't fucking know. I've watched enough of them to where you don't fucking know. But it didn't come off very well. And we just said, hey, yeah, we're all married. My kids are grown up. And if I felt self-conscious in the least bit about this shit, I wouldn't show it. I don't give a fuck. Don't care. But Andrew Wilson would be interesting. How is it Superman 78 is still the best? Sad. That's a good question. That's the more damning question, because when you're going out and you're saying this movie is better than Superman, which was the same fucking shit we were hearing with, we just heard it with Andor. Andor's the best Star Wars. Get the fuck out of here. I like parts of Andor, but get real. Get real. And the reason you have to go back to that, and the reason is because they don't know how to make Superman. I said it in my video. It might not be a popular opinion, but that's the way I see it. They don't understand the character at all. Like, at all. There are people in Hollywood, there are people writing comic books who do. They don't talk to them. And part of understanding the character is not giving two shits about putting truth, justice, and the American way in your movie. Because if they're using that as a cope right now, well, Superman didn't do well internationally because, it's an American character. Then go ahead and go full fucking American. And you know what? It won't make a shit bit of difference. America's not really popular in the world right now. Wasn't popular before. You think America was super popular in the 70s? Are you kidding me? We just went through some pretty dark times. COVID, summer love, Timu World War III, little civil war. There's a bunch of bullshit going on right now. 70s were fucked. Absolutely fucked decade to go through. And that was after the 60s. It was all fallout from the 60s. It was a bitter, black pill, dark age. Gas lines. It was crime everywhere. The economy was shit. A president was set up to resign by the CIA. So at the time, all the hippies, who still like openly masturbate over fucking Watergate, were celebrating a coup. So we had a coup. The 60s ended with a bunch of horrible assassinations. There was strife. People had given up. All the good rock and roll was starting to go progressive, and some bands were going progressive that shouldn't have gone there. I mean, like, what the fuck were you doing? It was dark times. Disco. Fucking roller disco. Some disco's good. Okay. But it wasn't really popular. It was popular. And then like Disco Sucks was popular. And Kiss started wearing feather boas. Like, what the fuck's going on? They made a movie called Xanadu. It was dark times. By the way, Marvel Comics did indeed do a comic book adaptation of Xanadu. Music by ELO, starring Olivia Newton-John, who was hot as fuck. Gene Kelly was in it. And Barry Gibb. It was about roller disco. It was a dark time. Jimmy fucking Carter. And they managed to make a good Superman movie in 1978. That was both grounded, funny, had a ton of heart, earnest, and goofy. Perfectly balanced. That's why they talk about it today. Oh, and one of the greatest soundtracks ever put to film. From a man from the greatest composer of our time in his prime. And a veteran director, a journeyman director named Dick Donner was in charge. And the Donner cut is the second best Superman movie. Gary, bought your signed book. Do you personalize? If ask me to, I can. Absolutely. Shoot me an email. I probably just got myself in a lot of trouble in that one. Don't care. Let's fucking go. Let's go. Razorhead is a new member. Welcome. Truckin' for Hot Wheels for $4.99 says, watched all Superman movies this weekend. New one is good. Cavill is better. Returns is underrated. Reeve is the GOAT. The animated series Justice League and JLU are my favorite. And that the animated series is brilliant. All the animated stuff is brilliant. It's really brilliant. It has the most reverence for the character. You're going to see a lot of clips in the future, and you're going to go of Justice League Unlimited, of some of the DC animated stuff, of Superman the animated series, and you're going to go, why didn't they just do that? And then Batman fans are going to go, am I right? Kyle Valier won for 50. Thank you. Love to hear your thoughts on ZombieCon Volume 1 trailer. Anime cosplays versus zombies. Why have I heard of that? I have heard of that. Maybe later. I got to look at the trailer first. I got to look it over. I still got to watch like K-pop versus demons and stuff like that because I promised to. And I started and I went, I promised to watch it. I promised. No note. No, as in no note for $10. Can we get Tom Cruise to produce the next Superman? I would be all for it. What, Kaczynski and Tom Cruise producing? Let's go. I gave Superman an 8 out of 10. Not a perfect movie, but the tone was right. Yeah, the pacing was too fast, but hopefully if it will be a sequel, they will get it right. I think there will be a sequel. Calling it now. I don't think they're going to shit can it. I promise you, when James Gunn went in there from a position of power with Peter Safran to negotiate with Zaslav, the very first thing, or second thing they talked about is, if something doesn't do well, we're not going to shit can everything. We're going to keep moving forward. You're going to give me a chance. So that, I promise you, that's in the contract. Promise. He is not going to get Snydered. He's not going to get Snydered. So there will be a sequel. Hyper Gooch for $4.99. What are your thoughts on the new Superman movie? I thought that movie was awesome. 5 out of 10. I got a video on my channel. And a 4-hour live stream of FNT where we go over it. I give it a 5 out of 10. It is mid. It lacks character, heart, depth. a main character, a through line, all things I can forgive a movie for a lot of things if it's got good engaging characters. It was a good engaging cast, but they weren't giving enough work to be characters. It's not enough to like, it showed a lot of heart. It really did try to be a comic book movie. It tried to be a lot of things that they just don't know how to do anymore. Was Superman a hero? There's no real moment. There's no spectacular Superman moment in Superman. Oh, there's a moment everybody remembers, but it's with Mr. Terrific. And it's the Guardians of the Galaxy scene. Gary, have you read any Sonic the Hedgehog comics, either Archie or IDW? I've read Archie when I was a kid. I have not read Sonic the Hedgehog. I sold them all the time at my shop. My kids read them, but I have not. Archie, I have read. The last Archie I read was, I can't remember if it was Archie and the Punisher or Archie and the Ramones. Pretty sure it was Archie and the Ramones. At an internet loser. See how hard it is for me? 5055. Thank you for being a member for 31 months. You're not a loser. You're a winner. Iron Buddha 80 for $5. You better get a good night's sleep and double up on your arthritis meds before signing all those books, Gary. Congrats on your thank you. Thank you. Hey, we've only got 3 months to go on the campaign. 2 months ago. Sorry, 2 months. 2 months to go. It's not even three days old yet. It will be 3 days old in 2.5 hours. So I'm pretty stoked. Pretty stoked. I guess we could shout out the book one more time. We're going to pin that one, X-Ray Girl. So we're going to get back to the newer stuff because we got to get to the old FNT. We got to get to FNT. But first, I want to, no, I don't want to do that. I want to plug that book again. So waiting for Nerdrotic. There we go. There we go. As I said on my Twitter and commercial before FNT, Chris Gore, this is Chris Gore's fault. So people have approached me in the past prior to YouTube to write a book after hearing my AA story, because this is my AA story, and I've told it for years and years and years. It's actually been added on to, obviously, as life goes on. But even before I relapsed, a couple of sponsors were interested in it, and we thought about making it a comic book or whatever. But I was like, I can't write a book. Nope. So comes around, I become friends with Chris Gore. Chris Gore proposes a solution. He's like, hey, I know somebody who can help you, blah, blah, blah. And it happens. That was 2 years ago. We were talking about it. And over the process, we completed it. It was way harder than I thought it would be. Way harder than I thought it'd be. But we did it because it's a far more detailed AA story. And we get to the nitty gritty. And I'm sitting there working on it with my wife, who had a front seat to all the fucking badness. So like, it's not dredging it up. It is like bringing it up and like, it's one thing to bring it up in a meeting when you're talking to other addicts and alcoholics. It's another thing when your wife is there and you're talking to another person. And it was way harder than I thought it would be to bring all that stuff up. But we finished it. Glad I did it. And it's basically, again, you could scroll, X-Ray Girl. Here, I'll share it, X-Ray Girl. Hang on a second. I'm glad I did it. I'm glad I finished it. It was rewarding to finish a project. And it's slice of life. So I don't think my story's any more hardcore than anybody else's. I don't think it's it's maybe it's unique. It depends. It's just one story from one person. I led a crazy life. I got kicked out of my house at a very early age. I've had some pretty horrible things happen to me when I was a little kid in school. And so have other people, right? So I'm not saying like it's only happened to me. The whole point of this is to not be a vanity project. It's to show its warts and all, and it's not to uh it's not shuffling off responsibility. Many believe on the outside that when alcoholics say or addicts say it's a disease, that we're pushing it like our responsibilities off on it's a disease, it's not our fault. And that's not the case, like at all. The whole point is of AA is it's a disease. It is a chemistry in your brain that gives you we have the propensity to be addicted to things. And many of us are born that way. Some of us are made that through abuse, or whatever, or trauma, or whatever. But like in my case, I was addicted from the beginning. I was a addictive personality, addictive kid, got obsessive compulsive, whatever. That was fine. So this isn't what I hope you get out of the book is I don't shove the responsibility. It's not my parents' fault. It's not my drug dealer's fault. It's not the people who made the drugs' fault. We can condemn them, not my parents, but for the other two, for a lot of other things. But for me being an addict, it was my fault. I made a bunch of bad decisions. Was I young? Sure. Did bad things happen to me? Sure. Did that excuse my behavior? No. 100%. So while you hopefully will have a few laughs at my expense, it is these are not good decisions I was making. I was not a good person. But hopefully I can show some people that you can go from being a really fucking retarded bad person to like a retarded good person. So that's the whole point. And it's not through money or any of that. It's spiritual success. Spiritual success. And then once I got out of that hole, and it was really fucking hard. And it's super hard. It is the opposite of easy. It takes a ton of work, a ton of vigilance. And I didn't have it all the time. So there were setbacks. When I first got sober again after my relapse, my attitude was total shit. I'm sure if you talk to some of the people who worked with me back in 2000, 14, 15, and 16 at the auto parts place, they're going to go, that guy was a fucking dick, because I was a dick. I was bitter. I was mad. I was like, so it wasn't like this yellow brick road to sobriety. But things do get better. You can put that back up, X-Ray Girl. I'll take it down. Okay, hang on a second. And there we go. So we're at 98,577. That's cool. So yes, there's some choices here, and you get some swag, and there's all you want, but there's a hardcover out there that that I will sign, and there's an I Want It All bundle. Is that there we go. Read and collect all at once. So if you so choose, I appreciate it. But that's the story. And I'm sticking to it. Not everything's in the book. Not everything's going to be in the book. Plus, time. It's weird putting an entire life into like, it could be 10,000 pages. It's not. Thankfully, it's not. But it's weird editing your life. Like, when am I just not going to, really not going to go over my first marriage very much, because it was kind of, mundane, super mundane. But stuff like that. It's an interesting process. Let's go. And we are going to go to FNT. All right. Here we go. Sock. Okay, this is from Friday Night Tights, by the way. And this is Superman's James Gunn's drops. Our comic book movie saved. The jury's still out on that one. I think out. I think the best you could say is we don't have a definitive decision, which I thought we might. I don't think Fantastic Four is going to save it. But after Fantastic Four, there's nothing until Doomsday. Wait, there's Spider-Man 4. I'm wrong. Spider-Man 4, which is not in production yet, is still supposed to come out next summer. So we'll see. Or is it in production yet? Are they in production for Spider-Man 4? Not really sure. Not really sure. Spider-Man 4, directed by the guy from Shang-Chi. But it's featuring a Punisher and a Savage Hulk. Ha-ha. Where'd you hear that? Donald J. Trump has donated $1. Says, saw creepy James Gunn. Total disaster. Like the green guy. Yeah, definitely would have voted Trump. Happy those heroes stopped the illegals from crossing the border. Just like our brave ICE agents. Thank you for your attention to this matter. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, Donald. Release the fucking files. Marksman 117 for $5. Drop the movie talk. Something much more important and amazing came up. Who's coming with me to Afghanistan? They just opened up for tourism. Have to admit that the latest ad looks fun. The wild, wild west out there filled with USA gear to shoot up the desert. Yeah, ain't no way I'm going there. But I am going to Egypt. Admittedly, all my past girlfriends have been a bit sick and twisted. I think scoliosis is such a turn on, says Ryan Kinnell. Oh, God. I think scoliosis is such a turn on. Ryan Kinnell for $10. So I got kicked out of Odin's Bible studies group again. Apparently, the theology approved answer to what comes after death isn't necrophiles. Something called heaven. Whatever, man. Oh shit. That one was good. That was good. Ryan Kinnell for $10. Just a quick bit of advice from personal experience. Being dyslexic and going on a date with the black girl named Regina will not end well. Oh, shit. It's been a while, but you got me. Ryan Kinnell. Those donations, man. Thank you. 21 Palika, Dan 9790, Jesus Davila, Alexander D. Dark
Mediocre.
Oh, because it's duh. I said the duh got me. Alexander Mediocre, Ray Gonzalez. I should have said Medicare, which gave him his name. Ray Gonzalez and WG have all gifted Nerdrotic memberships. Thank you very much. Man, I should have said Medicare. Mr. H.J. Haywood Jablomi for $5. 5 Canadian pesos. 2 parts. Hail, I have not watched Man of Steel in a few years. Going to rewatch it tonight based on your adjusted praise. Ordered Saints and Sinners. Hail, Saints and Sinners. 11,000 books sold, by the way. 11,000 books sold. Well done. Cheers from Canada. Enjoy some gifting. Thank you very much. Super Mastermind for $5. Dino movies with no elephant guns or anti-tank guns. Easily to kill a dino. Nah, bring the handguns. Yeah. Well, we can't have them dying too quick. But maybe you make the mutated dinos like more impervious to those things. I mean, if you're going to make mutated dinos, just fucking go there. David Wooding for €5. I don't even remember Jurassic World. I watched it, and I don't remember much of it. Movies have been shit this year. The bar has been so low. Like, I can almost not blame people for like Thunderbolts, particularly Thunderbolts. Thunderbolts is bad. It's a bad movie. Bad movie. Yeah, they've been shit. Trying to think of F1's my favorite movie of the year, like by a long shot. And then I like Sinners, which a lot of people didn't like, but I liked it. But that's not my second favorite. My second favorite movie is Better Man, which was the biggest flop of the year. Should I start getting mad at everybody for not understanding Better Man? Should I start calling people dumb for not understand? Should I call people simple for not understanding or not watching Better Man? Being completely turned off by the marketing, which is rightly so. Should I get my panties in a twist over it? Nah, I won't. I can understand why most people wouldn't want to watch a Robbie Williams movie where he plays a monkey, but it's actually really good. It's actually really good. If you watch it accidentally on streaming someday, it's a good recovery story. Long-time lurker, first-time chatter. I have just started watching Firefly. I'm enjoying this way more than Superman. James Gunn didn't crack Superman. No, he didn't. David Wooding, he did not, in my opinion. Firefly is great. Enjoy. And then you'll finish it off with Serenity. Oof. The damage James Gunn did to Superman's persona and mythos will be felt for decades. For that and many reasons, I hate the film, says Pry Muriel for $4.99. As will you ever do a Hot Toys episode? I now have 10. Thanks. Douglas Sheffer. I mean, he talks about them on his other shows. I don't know if he'll do an exclusive one again. You'll have to ask Az. But I think he just talks about them enough on his show. Superman do-over, just fly around the earth, reverse time, and start over. Well, that's how they fix Jor-El. Jeremy Buttfucker 69 for $2. I wish YouTube would let me change my name. Oh my God. I'm not even going to say this name. Okay. My name got even worse for you, Gary, my boy. You try it, X-Ray Go.
Zabrezinski Chizakazaz.
That was pretty good.
I think.
It's
like a bunch of Z's where it doesn't belong.
Zabrezinski.
Here, I just put it in chat. Let me see.
Yeah, show everybody in chat. They were like, "Oh, we got this. We're chat. We can answer anything." Okay,
yeah.
Big boys.
I don't know about that.
Okay, big boys and girls, give it your best shot. Give it your best shot. I dare you. Avatar 2 was like a 3-hour-long aquatic screensaver. Don Mack, you're right. Those of you who have Roku, do you have Roku? Anybody? When you have your Roku on too long, there's that little Roku aquarium that looks really pretty in 4K. That's Avatar to me. That's Avatar. That's Avatar. K-pop Demon Hunters greater than Superman's hands down, which says so much about the state of the industry. LOL. Def not a dig at Demon Hunters either. Just saying. Says Jefe Maximo. A lot of people have been praising the show. It's not just a couple. It's a lot. So I will try to forge ahead. I will try. Forgive me if I do not. Surface $9.99 is the Jor-El Kryptonian colonialism Kal-El, because James Gunn is doing Kor-El. Oh, Kor-El, an old evil empire, America, and Kal-El, current America, hence emo and getting his ass kicked the movie the whole time. No, he's not. No, No, but you know that's the way James leans. So James leans. I talked about this before. James Gunn is the kind of guy. I don't believe him for what James Gunn lies. I don't believe him for a second saying he's always wanted to make a Superman film. I'm sure he's wanted to make a film with Superman in it, but I don't think he's wanted to make a Superman film because in 2018, he had a chance to make one and said, I couldn't crack the character. So if you were always wanting to make it, but then you turned it down. But then when you got more money and ran the studio, you all of a sudden found a way to crack it through crypto. I just don't believe you. I don't. Also, I through bringing up The Authority as one of your second or third movies and constantly bringing up Grant Morrison and Warren Ellis, I know what kind of comics you read. Again, this may be news to people. I used to own a comic store. So when I saw people gravitate to Garth Ennis, Warren Ellis, Grant Morrison, and even to a certain extent, our buddy Mark Millar, who likes superheroes a lot more than the previous three mentioned. I think Grant Morrison likes superheroes. Warren Ellis, I think he likes superheroes. But the rest don't. Not Grant Morrison. Oh my God, I'm brain farting now. Garth Ennis doesn't like superheroes. Doesn't like superheroes. And they were in a time where it was very like, let's subvert the expectation of the superhero. We got so many fucking bad Supermans in the 2000s. I lost count. There was Irredeemable. There was The Boys. There's even The Authority. There are multiple versions of bad Supermans. And it was like done to death. Garth Ennis, not the biggest fan of capes and superheroes. At least that's what he told me when I talked to him. He likes some stuff and he likes the ideas of comics, but he didn't like. I had a conversation with him. And The Boys was a condemnation of superhero celebrity and corporate culture. It turned into a I know. It's like guys, I talked to him. Okay. I'm not saying it's like an active he did a very good Ghost Rider. He did a very good Ghost Rider. And he's a great writer. He's a great writer. And I like him. I think fucking Welcome Back Frank is the shit. Dude, one of the funniest fucking things I've read. And Preacher is one of my favorite books of all time. Preacher. And The Boys TV show turned into just TDS, the TV show. But he had Derek Robertson drew this one. He had the Punisher fighting Wolverine, like right down to where Wolverine was a fucking skeleton, and they were fucking. He had yes, I think it was a steamroller. He fucking was right. It was such a fucking funny book. It's so goddamn good. God. I was laughing my ass off. Preacher was fucking awesome, man. Yeah, the Watchmen animated, the ones they just came out with, pretty good. Pretty good. But what I'm saying is, okay, let's finish my point here. Is James Gunn's the kind of guy who likes Grant Morrison books and Warren Ellison books. So he'll read superhero books written by them. And they aren't the most true blue superhero writers out there. They write some really good shit, but they ain't no John Byrne. You know, they ain't traditional. I'm just going to say that. They've introduced a lot of untraditional elements to superheroes, which I'm totally fine with. But James Gunn is the kind of guy who probably sees Superman as Homelander, sees him as this fascist symbol of fascism, when he's actually the polar opposite, by the way. And just not the right guy to do it. I like Planetary quite a bit, chat. I see people mentioning Planetary. I loved Planetary. John Cassaday, the late, great John Cassaday, gone too soon. One for you, pal. I own some of his original art from Astonishing X-Men. I like those times. Those were fun books to read. They were fine, but they shouldn't be the norm. They shouldn't be the fucking norm. But yeah, James Gunn is not the kind of guy who puts the American flag out in front of his house on 4th of July. And as silly as that sound, I think that's probably a prerequisite that before you even fucking touch Superman. I think you should actually like this country. You don't have to like everything about it. I don't think you have to like everything about it. But the ideal is there. That's always what's kept Cap going and Superman going. Joe Johnson should direct Superman. Why do people forget him? Apparently because he's what I heard is kind of aloof, like not in a dickish way. He doesn't like all the Hollywood bullshit. And while he was working on his film, he'll go back and sketch scenes and stuff like that. And but no, he's great, dude. Fucking Rocketeer and First Avenger, GOAT movies. Love the Rocketeer. And he's a Steven Spielberg protege, along with Zemeckis and many others. So does it taste like GP's vajayjay? Oh God, I don't know what that's in reference to. GP's vajayjay? I don't know. Please, everyone, under your icon, upper right-hand corner, scroll down and send YouTube feedback about the @name change. Thank you for your help, says Eric K for $5. So apparently you can do that. I would say be polite, but tell them you don't like it. And I think if you at them at Team YouTube and you tell Team YouTube, like, hey, could you change this back? Because I really don't like it. If they hear about it enough, maybe they'll change their mind. But at this point in time, they're pretty resolute on stopping it. Why wouldn't Superman see Bizarro with X-ray vision? Ultraman, you mean? That's a really good question, Gordon Cattle. And the response is, it's a red herring. No, it was part of the script that didn't make any sense. And then people will shout back at you, it's a comic book movie. Well, you know what would have dealt with that? Right away, a comic book. A comic book would have a comic book editor, a comic book writer, at least not the work girlfriends that they have now, but from when there was real comic book editors. A Jim Shooter would have gone, why doesn't he just fucking use his X-ray vision? I'm using a Marvel example because that was the first thing that hit my head. But any fucking comic book editor, Denny O'Neil, would have like gone, wait a minute. Why don't he just use his X-ray vision? So do we have a lead line suit? How do we deal with this? But it's a comic book movie. It left off the pages of the comic book, even though it's doing things like not thinking about things the comic books would. So stop with the comic book movie. It looks like one, but it isn't one. Chris Gore had the best example, and he liked it more than I did. He said it's like flipping through a comic book without reading it. Perfect description. Perfect description. Can you imagine baby Superman try and tell him no, Judah, for $2? Well, I posted a cover from Superman's girlfriend, Lois Lane, where baby Superman cracks open Superman's safe, and he's got pictures of all his old girlfriends, and Lois is throwing shit at him, going, you too, Tammer. Old Superman covers from Superman's pal Jimmy Olsen, Lois Lane from the Golden Age are fucking hilarious. They're sexist, they're racist, they're fucking great. So I am working on my wall of racism here in the studio, and I'm collecting really horrible politically incorrect covers. Do you want to see my next one? Maybe X-Ray Girl can show it off if I find the picture. Hang on. It's in a message, so I'll just share it on Twitter. Oh, what the fuck's going on? There it is. It's Cap, so I know it's not Superman themed. This is Cap. So what should I tweet? Just good afternoon. There we go. And this is only so I can share it here. So it's fucking terrible. This is my latest purchase. Doesn't even look human. Wow. That's Cap 18, by the way. That's from 1942. So the market for Golden Age and Silver Age has slid back. Like prices have come way down. So like I can go to more Golden Age books and get covers like this. There's so many of them. There are so many of them. Yikes. Thank you for sharing that, X-Ray Girl. Hope you're not offended. Perry's totally offended. Good Lord. That's for the wall of race. And when it's up, I'll take a picture for y'all. The wall of racism. Alvin Key for $5. Superman works as a piece to a larger universe. It fails as a good Superman movie. Correct. It's a Superman movie, and Superman is about 45% of his own movie, where he should be 100% of his own movie. Clark Kent is barely in it. Clark Kent, the character, the alter ego, the character of Clark Kent is barely in it. You know who gets more screen time than the floppy Clark Kent? The engineer. The fucking engineer. Speaking of Wildstorm characters. Wildstorm. I've always hated the name Wildstorm. I don't know why. It's not terrible. It just... Wildcats was the dumbest fucking team name ever. Wildcats. They're coming to get you because they're cats. Meow. Fucking hated Wildcats. That was stupid. Don Mack for $5. I rewatched Superman 2, the Donner cut, and that preferred version would have been better if it retained the Lester ending instead of turning back time again. Yeah, retaining the Lester. I think if you amalgamate them a little bit. I mean, like the Lester stuff. I didn't hate the Paris thing either in the beginning that they completely cut out. With the French people and the nuclear bomb on the Eiffel Tower. But I hated the music. Because John Williams didn't do the soundtrack for 2 for the Lester version, and I fucking hate it. Bubba Doom for $5. Which was better, Superman's James Gunn or Superman 3? The world needs more Richard Pryor. Oh, Superman 3 is not a good movie. It's fun. It's horribly bad that I will watch, but when it came out, when I was it was 84 when that came out, so I was 14. I hated it. So embarrassed by, and the whole concept of Richard Pryor being in a Superman movie. I'm like, why? What are you doing? I can look back on it as this weird, quirky, bad 80s thing that I can watch and certainly own. Just and it's better than Superman 4. And listen, Red Kryptonite Superman, bad Superman with the I got a great action figure out of that, and it was great. I love that part, you know, where he's all drinking and shit. But why are you hating on Wild? I just don't like the name. I think the name is terrible. It's Wildcats. Cats coming to get you. I've never liked Wildcats. I've never read Wildcats. Hey, okay, since you're in there. Did Grant Morrison and Jim Lee's Wildcats #2 ever come out? Did it ever come out? It did? Okay, good. I remember like one came out and then years went by. And it might have popped out when I was working in LA and I wasn't in the store every day. But I also know that All-Star Batman and Robin took forever to come out. And a lot of those pages were just sitting on the floor in Jim Lee's this is back when he was in La Jolla, right? So Wildstorm was in La Jolla, California, San Diego, based out of San Diego. Jim Lee, by all accounts, super nice guy. Super nice guy. Shouldn't be running a fucking company. Which was better, Superman? Okay, yeah, God, Superman's James Gunn. I mean, if you want to like better as a movie, what am I probably going to go back and watch again? Superman 3. Greetings from Croatia, Gary. I just bought your book. Thank you. I'm so curious to peek into the pages. Well, I'll be talking about it and on interviews and such. But if you guys got questions, I'm here. Black Solid Snake Bone for $4.99. Hey, it's Clark Kent. Oh, Clark Kent. Can't. CAN''T. I would have no problems with garage door opening slowly if there was a DeLorean time machine and on the other side. Okay, that's true. Kenneth LaRocque. LaRocque. Think of the 5 Canadian pesos. Retro Meister for $10. I'll be watching Fox's Fantastic Four movies, The Incredibles, and the short-lived Silver Surfer cartoon, along with the good episodes of My Hero Academia, instead of Marvel's Feminist Four, First Steps Backwards. Yeah. I still think Superman's going to be better in Fantastic Four. I could be wrong. That short-lived Silver Surfer cartoon is awesome. It's so good. It is a fucking awesome cartoon. I have the bootleg. Love it. C Black for $4.99. Good luck with DC beating Marvel with Superman for Doomsday and Secret Wars coming up. $1.5 billion each. X-Men come after Doomsday. Yeah, I mean, I'm not going to argue with that, C Black. Here's the question. No doubt you're correct. Doomsday and Secret Wars will be $1 billion movies. $1.5 billion movies. I think that's a solid prediction that I would stick with. I would say they'd both perform at the very least like Deadpool and Wolverine. I don't think they perform like Endgame. I don't think they get that big. But I don't think it's a stretch to say they'll make $1 billion. X-Men, let's pump the brakes a little bit. Let's pump the brakes on an X-Men movie coming out and doing $1 billion. Because I'm going to say no. Not unless they have picture perfect Claremont Byrne, Claremont Cockrum, Claremont Lee X-Men casting. That's your good start. Then you need to bring somebody on who understands the X-Men and not some fucking Rick and Morty retard to come in and write your fucking book. You know what? There's a guy out there who understands the X-Men, who's worked on the Avengers, that's canceled right now. That would probably be my first choice to write a script for the X-Men. But you ain't getting that guy back. It's kind of tough. I don't know who would even be right for the X-Men. Who's a good writer out there. I think about that. I'd have to think on that. But Marvel is going to hire a couple of TV writers and a couple of TV directors to direct. No, wait, we got an X-Men director. Oh, it was a TV director who just directed a fucking flop. The director of the Thunderbolts. Shackman, whatever. TV director. So I will say X-Men will not make $1 billion. Nope. I will say the casting will not be picture perfect to the Cockrum, Claremont, Byrne, and even Claremont Lee era at all. I will say the casting will be fundamentally changed. And I will say that many people will start openly missing, if they aren't already, the Fox X-Men. Oh, and are they going to recast Hugh Jackman as Wolverine or hold off and just start out with the core group of X-Men? Is Iceman going to be gay? Probably. Is Professor X going to be black? Is Magneto going to be black? Probably. So I'm going to say no to $1 billion. Calling it right now. Don't think, again, I don't, as easy it is to think of Doomsday making $1 billion, it's pretty easy to pick X-Men not making $1 billion. So I do think DC has a chance. Now, they're not going to beat Doomsday and Secret Wars, but they could beat everything after if they had started out right. They could. Other problem is, I think Quartering brought this up, and he's not wrong. Diminishing returns on the superhero. Like, we're just experiencing diminishing returns on the superhero. It's getting long in the tooth. So I still think there would be successes if this was better storytelling. But the problem is, I always make this argument, and I stick by it completely. There is superhero fatigue in Hollywood. They're tired of it. Well, the fans aren't. You'll still like, hey, if they make something good, you will support it 100%. But they always keep bringing on new people, and then James Gunn goes, well, that's been done before 50 years ago. If it's been done before 50 years ago, that gives you, just do it again. Man of Steel is pretty much Superman 2. Lots of elements from Superman 2. Do it again. And do it properly. Black Superman, Man of Steel, Steal. How dare you, Harukami, make a good joke. It's not an N on my plantation. It means hope, says Snacks for $2. That's terrible. Des Roma for $9.99. If there was ever a drunk Supergirl, she'd definitely be Ryan's Uber driver. She'd be Ryan's girlfriend. Or no, Ryan would be her girlfriend. Retro Meister for $5. Even if James Gunn's Super Beta beats up Marvel's Feminist 4 at the box office, the fans of comic culture still lose in the end. Yep. I don't think this is a big win because I thought the one with the most potential this year was Superman. That was the movie with the most potential to keep things going. And I'm not filled with confidence. Because Superman needed to be as good as Iron Man. It just did. It did. It needed to be a home run, and it wasn't. It wasn't. And I don't care how much money it makes. I don't really give a fuck, man. It can make $1 billion after that. Oh, great. And it will have the same effect on the superhero genre, which is supposed to be multiple genres, as a very successful 50th Jurassic World movie. Meaning, you're going to get some more diminishing returns and not much is going to advance or get better. Seth Cruz for $9.99. The movie has made it abundantly clear James Gunn is a one-trick pony a la Taika Waititi. I agree. He can't do earnest and he can't do masculine. Wrong person to guide the DCEU moving forward. Yes, he cannot do masculine. He has a big problem with that. It's actually James Gunn's Soya Man for Blood Viper for £2 British. A review for 10 British pounds. Who was the first director to bring this goofy comedic acting to serious movie? A la Guardians, The Force Awakens, Thor Ragnarok. First recall is the Bay Transformers. Was there something earlier? What do you think, chat? I mean, Guardians pretty much launched the Marvel humor, but it was derived from Joss Whedon. But Joss Whedon did it in a way, like, again, I talked about it earlier. He knew when to hold back. But I guess if you want to put a pin on it, it's Joss. And it's people trying to do an impression of Joss. Gary, congrats on the book. I am queuing up to purchase, but will you respect me if I say I kind of want to see the Supergirl from The Flash? I'm just a normie. Be easy. Congrats again. Hail FNT. She looked the part. You mean from the CW? She looked the part. James, I like the Supergirl from Smallville. I like Millie Alcock as a good Supergirl. Just, she's going to be a hot mess, they said. She's going to be a drunk and a hot mess. Yay. Retro Meister for $19.99. Thank you for getting the book. $19.99. James Gunn's Super Beta will definitely beat Marvel's Feminist 4 first steps backwards at the end of July, but then Super Beta will be then beaten by the Bad Guys 2 because of families and kids. The Bad Guys 2. I don't remember the Bad Guys 1. I honestly don't, but I don't have kids, little kids anymore. I have kids. I don't have little. I got to make clear. What happened to your kids? I don't have little kids anymore, and they don't live in the house. Although Nerdrotic Junior's hanging with us for the summer, which is awesome, which is fucking awesome. I think the dinosaurs. I think it still goes dinosaurs, Superman, Fantastic Four. That's my pick for July. Dinosaurs, James Gunn, and female Silver Surfer. That's how I think it goes. Sue Storm and the lads. We'll call it Sue Storm and the other guys. The Fantastic Female. And 3 toxic males. Edward Underwood for $10. Superman Public Domain 2035. We can only hope. I know people have stories ready. Stephen Brown for $4.99. Gary, great shirt. I'm still working on replacing my Speed Racer Racer X comics that were stolen from me years ago. Fuck that guy for stealing your books. Fuck that motherfucker. Congrats on your book. God bless. I love fucking Speed Racer. Grew up on Speed Racer. Racer X was my favorite character. My wife thrifted me that fucking shirt. It's my favorite shirt in the world. It's my Racer X shirt. I own animation cells from Speed Racer, and people tell me I don't know anything about anime. Grew up on that shit. I even like the Wachowski brothers movie. I do. Fucking Speed Racer was awesome. Racer X had the best costume. It's just like you look like an X-Man. So that performer 387 for $199. Doesn't this movie need 1 billion just to break even? It needs I'm gonna be kind. It needs 600 to 700 to break even based on their numbers that they provided that we're all just supposed to believe now because we're believing studios now. I think in reality, with the government document saying 360, that for one, people want to cope on that one. That does not include marketing because they were nowhere near marketing the film. It might have been an estimate that with some tax breaks. Let's say it's at 300. So I think the reality is this movie cost 275 to 300 and they spent 150 million marketing. And I'm being super nice. I'm still being super nice on this one. Based on that, 750 to make your money back. 750. Odin will have better numbers. You know, Odin and Ryan will have better numbers on that. That's just off the top of my head. $750 million to break even. I think if it makes $750 million, they will see as a success. I would see as a success. I think if they do what the Batman did and the Batman justified a sequel, then that would justify a sequel. Now, then we can get into, well, the arguments for the Batman from right here was you make a Batman movie expecting $1 billion. And the argument for the Superman movie is, well, you make the Superman movie expecting to make $1 billion. You goddamn right. They were expecting $1 billion. When they greenlit this and they were going, their expectations were $1 billion global box office. Just like the expectations were for the Batman, $1 billion global box office. We heard the excuses of COVID and all bullshit. The Batman was too long. It had a terrible third act. Fucking the Riddler was an incel. You made the Wayne Shady, which is going to piss off comic book fans. Normies probably won't care. Probably like most normies won't care about Jor-El. And I don't care that they don't care. I fucking care. I fucking care. So I think the outcome might be similar. And I think they would see that as a massive success. And I would see it as a success. But they really wanted to make $1 billion with both those movies. So they're not entirely happy with how it turned out. It didn't meet their highest expectations, but it's still something they can work with. And then, of course, after the Batman, they hired James Gunn, and it'll be 5 years between the Batman and the Batman 2. So we'll see. Warner Brothers is knee jerk, and I know it's got new management, but Warner Brothers has been knee jerk through multiple CEOs. So we'll see if that changes. I mean, it's not like they're not splitting the company up already again to get rid of the billions of dollars they are in debt. So again, Zaslav is somebody I think is more likely to make shit, to move away from politics, to make things less woke. I think he's more likely to do it than Iger, but I haven't seen a ton of evidence. And I haven't seen a ton of evidence that Warner Brothers isn't the dumbest fucking company in Hollywood. I will give you the example of House of the Dragon. They brought back Game of Thrones fans after season 8. You know how fucking hard that was going to be? You know how much of an impossible task that was? And they managed to do it. And how did they do it? They went back to what made Game of Thrones good. Sure, they threw in some dragons, but it's political intrigue and interesting characters. And holy fuck, they brought people back with season 1. Not everybody, but an impressive amount of people back after season 8, the worst fucking crash of a TV show in history. They brought people back. That is insane. Mahler and I were going to watch it for a laugh. We were going to watch it for a laugh. They fucking race swapped Corlys Velaryon. And we're like, this is going to be shit. And we're like, fuck. They not only explained the race swap pretty well in the show. Show's pretty fucking good. Does it have elements of intersectional feminism? Oh yeah. Rhaenys. She dead, so fuck her. But it was still really well done. Good characters. Paddy Considine was the GOAT in season 1. They brought people back, and David Zaslav's Warner Brothers and HBO decided to cut out the giant battle scene that they're building up to for the entirety of season 2 and put out an incomplete season to save a few bucks and in the interest of turning seasons around faster. So we're not going to have 10 episode seasons anymore. We're going to have 8 episode seasons, but they'll come out faster instead of doing a season every 2 years. And guess what happened? It's now going to be longer than 2 years between season 2 and 3. So they not only fucked over everybody who watched it by releasing an incomplete season. Yes, it was a strike. They still could have fucking finished it. One of their goals was to make the show come out faster, and it's not. And the one that was going to come out in the intern, that got delayed too. That's on Zaslav. He's lording over that stupidity. So you bring people back, you bring all these people back, and then you fuck it up. That's Warner Brothers, baby. By the way, speaking of Warner Brothers and fucking up. Speaking of Warner Brothers and fucking up. Now, this poor kid is going to get so much shit from the fucking trans psychos. And you know what? All the criticism will look at all the racists talking about Black Snape, but they'll completely ignore all the fucking the trans mafia going after little kids because they signed a deal with J.K. Rowling, that radical feminist who thinks women are women with vaginas and ovaries who can actually give birth and are not dudes in woman face. Listen, the dudes in woman face can exist. Just don't sit there and tell me you're not a dude. I'm not going to play that game. I do not participate in your fantasies, and neither does J.K. Rowling. You want to put on a dress and pretend you're as an adult? I don't give a shit. But don't I compel you to call me a woman? No. But we got a first pick of Harry Potter, and kid looks spot on. Kid looks spot on. Holy shit. Look at that. That's Harry Potter. They even got the hair right, eye color right. And they didn't fuck around and like, we need to. Okay, here's a lesson for everybody adapting shit, including James Gunn. Well, they just did, black robes and the the burgundy outline of Gryffindor. We need to radically change it, so we're going to give it blue robes and blah, blah, blah. They didn't do any of that shit. It looks like the costuming looks accurate. So, I mean, like, God dang it. 95% of this casting is brilliant, and 5% of it is shit. It's total shit that ruins your fucking story. It's so frustrating. But that kid, great Harry Potter. And here's my headcanon. Considering Daniel Radcliffe has been an ungrateful piece of shit, she's like, I'm going to fucking greenlight this series for one reason: to wipe them out of existence. They're going to be wiped out of all the theme parks. They're going to be wiped out. And everybody's going to see this kid whose name is, I got to get his name right. Dominic McLaughlin. Dominic McLaughlin will be known from this day forward over what's his face from the movies as Harry Potter. That's absolutely why I think she did it. But Black Snape, man, David Zaslav allowed that. David Zaslav, being the CEO of Warner Brothers, could have talked to the head of HBO and go, no. That is crown jewel. That is your crown fucking jewel. Harry Potter is your crown jewel over DC. Yeah, you fucking heard me. This is far more important. Far more important, far more popular. You heard me right. As far as merchandising and everything, it's not even fucking close. This is Star Wars shit here. And it's prime. This is millennial Star Wars. Up until that Black Snape casting, and even despite some of the fucking Fantastic Beasts movies and fucking over Johnny Depp, this franchise was not only intact, it was as healthy as ever. As healthy as ever. More generations are picking up the books. Newer generations are picking up the movies. People are going to the parks. There is giant sections in Barnes and Noble, Harry Potter sections that are giant. Figures are selling, cards are selling, everything is selling like crazy for this fucking franchise. Fucking Black Snape, you fucking idiots. You idiots. You fucking retards. Yes, you, David Zaslav, you are a retard for letting that happen. But this looks great. Absolutely great. Well done, Dominic. Good luck. Don't go on the internet. I know he's not listening, but you're a young child. And I want you to have tons of fun doing this. Don't go on the internet at all. Poor kid. Yeah, Ollivander and Neville look like everybody looks good. We have to see about Hermione. Okay, I'm not as critical on her. Well, she's a kid. All right, whatever. I'm not going to criticize a kid. Call me a big softy. I don't care. No, it's Black Snape. Black Snape. Fucking terrible. Terrible decision. But Dominic, congratulations. You look good. Fucking looks great in the part. Looks absolutely great. And yes, Harry Potter is more important than DC Comics to Warner Brothers. It's got a higher, there's a ceiling to superhero movies now, and you're seeing it. It's not sky's the limit anymore. And anytime you are going to hit $1 billion, it's going to be purely for nostalgia. Deadpool, Wolverine, Hugh Jackman, Spider-Man, No Way Home, Toby and Andrew. That's your only hope. And it hasn't worked for you, DC. You brought Michael Keaton back. You played your best card. You brought back Michael Keaton, and it flopped. So DC movies and heroes are not as popular amongst the normies, with the exception of Batman. But outside of Batman, they're just not as popular as Marvel heroes. Ant-Man 3 did better than James Gunn's Superman. Is there a lot of reasons for that? Yes. Diminishing returns, fatigue, which is diminishing returns. Diminishing returns and fatigue are the same thing. They're the same thing. People just getting tired of it. And the studios don't feel like they can make the singular superhero movie anymore. Look at Blade, which should be easy as hell. One more thing for 10 British pounds. Loved when Super Monster Thing appears and Guy Gardner creates a constructive megaphone telling everyone to evacuate. No, mate. I was thinking I might hang out with this wild, mega violent, mindless monster. And a bunch of people did. Now, some of them had their phones up, which makes sense. That one makes sense, but not enough. If you had everybody with their phone out, remember way back, the 11th hour, the Doctor, a force field goes around the earth and it kind of blurs out the sun, and everybody has their flip phones out and they're all videoing it. And Doctor turns around and goes, there we are, the human race. And it's all a bunch of idiots looking at a sun that they think they could be dying, that they're actually going to they're put in a force field and almost get blown up. And the human race has their fucking cell phones up, getting video of it. Vintius for $1.99. Thank you for dropping $1.99. I appreciate it. Black Solid Snake Bone for $4.99. Superman can stop a skyscraper from hitting a woman in a car, but can't lift a kaiju. Nope. Or he couldn't have removed the car away from the woman. Maybe been a little faster. I mean, he made it from Antarctica to Metropolis pretty fast. See, there's no consistency. That's why I was a little surprised. You know, Shad's like, it's awful, but it's good. It's like, that's Shad. But what are the power levels in this movie? And I said in FNT that the comic books and past media are doing a lot of heavy lifting for this. And they shouldn't. Grace Randolph said the movie was even better than 1978, says Ivan Nakic and 5. And people listen to her. Grace Randolph thinks Starro killed too many brown people and hyper focused on John Cena's junk in her. Go watch her The Suicides review. We covered it on EFAP. It was one of the funniest things I've ever seen. It was so fucking funny. Grace Randolph is a bimbo. You could like her. You could watch her stuff. I don't care. But she is a fucking bimbo. Okay. Bimbo reviews. But God bless her. Retro Meister for $10. James Gunn failed to follow the leadership of Sonic's Jeff Fowler when it comes to giving the audience what they want. Fowler has more integrity and respect compared to the activist hacks in Hollywood. You are correct, Retro Meister. Props to Jeff Fowler. Hey, he got 3 movies out of it, out of listening to the fans, not getting butt hurt, and listening for the right reasons. Like, that was a legit bad choice. And he went, you know what? That looks like shit. Let's fix it. Let's fix it. Lex said A1 so many times I was craving barbecue sauce. 6 Eyes for $4.99. Given a full message Clark got from his parents, the narrative of him being an immigrant starts to become odd. It does. And that's why that narrative wasn't there at all. That narrative was not there. Need some water. Yeah, the immigration allegory. He said, yes, I'm an alien, but it was nothing. It was nothing. There was no allegory. It was just nonsense. And that does not get excused by calling it a comic book movie. Because while a lot of comic books suck and they're filled with nonsense, there's enough of them that are absolutely brilliant, filled with some of the best characterization you'll ever read, and that I would put up to any writing against modern Hollywood any fucking day. And I'm talking silver, bronze, fucking golden age, better characterization, more heroism, to draw from to make a good movie. So enough of that, please. Fan Cope, it's a kids movie. James Gunn, let's put creepy prostitutes in it and cuss. I mean, the cussing doesn't bother me, but if you were going to want to call it a kids movie, there's cussing. Waldow for €5. ChatGPT says you can buy 2 slices of pizza with $5. I had no idea because I live in that overly socialistic country, Germany. Here are 2 slices. Thank you. 2 slices of pizza. It depends on where you go. For $5? Yes, sometimes. Depends on where you go. Appreciate it. That sounds really good. Pizza sounds pretty good. So as an immigrant story, Gunn's Superman was sent to conquer and replace the local population. Sounds very great replacement theory. Yeah, it's pretty based, actually. It's pretty based on the other side of that. WG for $20 says, congrats on the autobiography, Gary. I just placed my order for the hardcover. Got to say, it was a bold choice to offer a scratch and sniff version, but as I look at ads and comics, I'm sure there's a market for that. Scratch and sniff version. You might not sleep. No, it's not gonna be that. It's not gonna be that. Retro Meister for $10. To me, John Schneider was the best on-screen Jonathan Kent, aka Superman's dad in Smallville, outside of Kevin Costner's version of Man of Steel. Also, rest in peace to a Smallville and X-Files composer Mark Snow. Yeah, rest in peace, Mark Snow. Yeah, John Schneider was a great Pa Kent. Just a good old boy. He's got a YouTube. Rated M for $4.99. The first movie, if meant to cover cancel culture, and the next they'll in the first movie they cover cancel culture, and the next movie they'll tackle disinformation. James Gunn, 2 fake news, a Superman story. Well, they kind of did that already. And at least that's where I thought they were going. with the Jor-El thing that they didn't. Glenn Ford was the go-to. You're right, chat. But like, yeah, so I thought they were really going to deal with the misinformation and disinformation, and they made it stupid information, stupid storytelling information. And I know I am just a simple man that doesn't understand the complexity of James Gunn's Superman, a highbrow, deep introspection into Superman. Something that cinephiles everywhere will get, but you plebeian YouTubers will not get. And maybe that's it. Maybe I'm just too dumb to get James Gunn introspective Superman and see the deep meaning of him being called a bitch and being kicked in the balls and being constantly berated, disrespected, whining, crying throughout his own fucking movie, where his own movie, Mr. Terrific, a D-list fucking character from Justice Society of America, stole the show in his own solo movie. I am just too dumb to understand that because I do not understand cinema the way other people do. And you know where I heard that argument from? I heard that from Snyder people when I was watching Man of Steel and going, I really fucking hated that decision where Clark Kent's dad, where Pa Kent gets sucked up in a tornado. I think there's like 50 other ways you could have done that. That was pretty fucking stupid. I had a lot of criticisms of that movie, and I heard the same thing. You don't understand Zack Snyder's vision, okay? Zack Snyder's vision. He was blocked at every turn by executives. They were interfering in his vision, in Zack Snyder's vision. Then I heard Zack Snyder's vision after the Snyder Cut. We talked about it with Mahler. We heard Zack Snyder's vision was going to be Bruce and Lois have a baby, but then Batman dies and Superman and Lois raise Batman's kid. Maybe I'm just too dumb to understand how that I think that's to understand the greatness of that. Maybe I'm just dumb. It's fucking retarded. Then I watched Rebel Moon. And I got to see Zack Snyder's unfiltered vision. No studio interference. Given all the money he wants, he got to do whatever he wants. You know what he did? He brought a broken fucking Sony lens off of eBay and then filmed Army of the Dead. And if you ever want to know what like life looks to me without my glasses on, it's Army of the fucking Dead. And then he makes Rebel Moon, which again, no studio interference. It is 100% pure, unadulterated Zack Snyder. And it fucking sucked. And I watched both versions. And it sucked. It was terrible. I wanted it to be good. I was actually kind of impressed by the second trailer. I'm like, oh, maybe this is something. What an idiot I was. But at least it gave us this. But maybe I'm just dumb. Maybe I'm simple. It's weird. No, it's not. It's not. It actually makes total sense that Gunn people are sounding like Snyder people, whom I like a lot of both, by the way. But they're sounding just like each other. Oh. And no relation. Andrew Loudon for $4.99. How much Gunn could James Gunn if a James Gunn could James Gunn? Well, Superman. The FGC Sensei for $20. So Jor-El basically told him to become a ruler through force, subjugate the infidels, and impregnate the women. Also, rule without mercy. I can see why Gunn says it's an immigrant story. Pretty base stuff, not gonna lie. So James Gunn wanted Kal-El to be Kakarot instead. Kakarot, sorry. Can't read. Nerd. Oh yeah, this is from Friday. So Krista was searching for Nerdrotic, and she says it like Jeremy, Nerdrotic, and it came up with Nerd Draw Dick. A new meme is born. You're right, TJ Jordan. What is this short for? Oh my lord, 7 parts. Is it just kick? I know. Is it Kleck? Don't know. X-Regal, don't even answer it, because last time you tried to answer it, racial slur. Racial slur from X-Ray Girl. Almost got the channel canceled. Good God, this is 7 parts. So we go. Part 1. I'm not going to say the parts after that. This is how you change culture. All of you describe Superman disrespected and not win a single fight without help. All men crying and emasculated. Lois doing girl boss side missions. Both sets of parents desecrated. A few race swaps. And then all of you say your reviews on Twitter that it isn't woke. It's not woke. Lois is not a girl boss in this. She's not. So I'll disagree with you there. Race swaps. What race swaps were there? Aside from Otis. Otis is black. Otis is black. But Jimmy's white again. For the first time in a long time. I'm trying to think of egregious ones. And Perry White. Whatever. I'm not going to say Perry White being black is what brings this movie down. What brings this movie down is James Gunn, but it is not woke. The far right Nazis don't find all these woke traits to be woke. People are so used to it. You probably have to make Superman black. To wake people up to the slumber, there's no culture war if you can't register woke and take it as something normal and harmless. To be fair to Jeremy, he did say the end of this in his 40-minute video that the more he thinks about it, the more he changes his mind and thinks it's actually very woke. As I said on Real BBC, hashtag super shit. No. Very woke? No. Ironheart is very woke. Are you going to compare Superman to Ironheart? No. And Fantastic Flop will not hit 650 million. And unlike me, Cavill seems like a good person, but in my headcanon, he is out there watching this unravel. Oh, he is. I agree there. Andy is smiling. Let's go 100 million domestic and 200 million worldwide. Then you get fucking deserve Marvel pedo. And he's talking about Fantastic Four, not Superman, by the way. And hashtag fire James Gunn. I don't think they're going to fire James Gunn. I don't think they're just going to fire James Gunn. I think when if you want to say, was there intersectional feminism in Superman? The only thing I would give you is Superman's masculinity not being there. The lack of Superman having any agency, but I don't think that's intersectional feminism. I think that is betaism. I think that is James Gunn's betaism and his inability to really do a fucking man. Like Star-Lord, I like Star-Lord a lot, but he's not a fucking man's man. You should read him in the comic book, by the way. On the old comic book, not the new one where he's gay. You should read him in the old comic book. But Superman is a man who demands respect. He is an alpha. And I don't think James Gunn knows what that is. I don't think he has any concept. I think it's an alien concept. Look at the people he works with all day. I think alphas are gone from Hollywood. So I think it's that's what I said in my video. I think it's an inability. I think it's an inability to understand the character, and I think that's the nuance. I think it would be an incredible stretch to call this woke. There's not enough in it for it to be woke. There isn't. Jimmy's white. There's a hopeful theme. There's heteronormativity. A dude kisses a girl, and she's fawning over him at the end. If she took the lead to save him in the Pocket universe, I'd give you that. That's a girl boss moment. But Mr. Terrific's in the lead on that one. And she's just following Mr. Terrific around. So she's not like ahead of Mr. Terrific. She pilots it, but that's after he's like, you got to pilot that because I'm going to like work with the thing. And it's intuitive. And she's kind of retarded at it at first. So I disagree respectfully. I'll call that shit out when I see it. But it's still not good for completely different what and again, I'll give you intersectional feminism from the male aspect being unable to write a masculine character. I'll give you that. But I think it's just that beta recognizes beta. You know what I mean? So they made Jor-El into a diet Viltrumite. Yes, they did. Jackson Cagle for others brought that up too. I think Badger brought that up too. Jackson Cagle for $10. Hail to you. WG for $20. I just heard Comics Panel on Thursday night throwdown. Really like the Superman movie, and I only bring it up to stir the pot. Some people on the panel liked the movie. They did. X-Ray Girl liked the movie. Comics liked the movie. Shad liked the movie. I think the rest of us were mid. The only one who absolutely fucking hates it is Jeremy. But Az brought this up on Afternoon Tea, and I will agree. I'm probably being a little soft on this movie because I'm a fucking Superman fanboy, dude. And I like my comic book characters. I probably could be a lot fucking harder on this movie. But I like the costume. I actually was very critical of it up until I saw it in the movie, and I'm like, I really like the yellow symbol on the back, the trunks on the outside. That shit works. Works for me. I'm fine with that. David Cornsweet plays Superman as if he were Brandon Fraser playing Superman. Brandon Fraser would play him more manly. I think he would. I mean, have you seen The Mummy lately? When I saw Mutant Toes and Jimmy's phone, I thought, oh shit, it's Brie Larson about to turn up? Maybe. Sparky for $2. Chris Reeves, Soups, cries in 78 original film. Yes, but context is completely different. Lois fucking dies and his father dies. He's just fucking yelling and screaming over a fucking dog and shit. A dog he doesn't even like that much. Retro Meister for $10. Lex Luthor's plan to use mutant monkeys to be keyboard warriors to slander Superman # super shit reminds me of the opening scene from the Lone Gunman episode Planet of the Frohikes. Truly hilarious moment. I just watched Jump the Shark from episode 9. Retro Meister, where the Lone Gunmen die. That was a good episode. Superman getting upset over # super shit is fucking retarded. He's in his 3rd year. And then he's Superboy. Call it fucking Superboy. Nathan Fillion is more likable and watchable compared to Pedro Pascal. Facts. That's true. Retromeister. Without a doubt. Retromeister for $5. Superman is an American citizen, not a refugee or an illegal immigrant. He was adopted by an American family. Therefore, Superman is an American. He is. And in Man of Steel, he was an American. In John Byrne's Man of Steel, he was an American. They did the research on Red Letter Media and talked about that. But I also talked about where they got a little bit of they're riffing off of Man of Steel a little bit with John and Laura. A little bit. But they definitely went back to that comic and then like didn't grab anything worth a shit. Remember James Gunn's Brightburn? He produced it. Pepperidge Farm does. Gunn is not a super fan. He likes the powers for all the evil that can be done. That is all. I mean, James Gunn, listen, would he be more comfortable directing an episode of The Boys or Superman? He'd be more comfortable directing an episode of The Boys. Visual Rebel for £5 British. Chat scene with Lois, just like the opening of Guardians 2 with Groot dancing as the fight in the background. Well, a bad version of it. Yeah, the opening of Guardians 2 I like that. I mean, that was very Guardians. Having a serious chat with Lois, one of your two in the entire film, with some goofy thing going on in the background, whether you're distracting you from stuff they're actually like serious stuff they're talking about, not a good idea. Not my favorite. Snacks for $2. Gary, how much money you get to be a robot super gun? Oh, I got $5. Just got out of Superman. I thought the film was good, just good. Pa Kent Clark on the bench was the best scene. Ma can't shut it down too quick. That is the movie. Any good scene gets shut down too quick. Thank you, Pie Guy, for £5 Jason Merritt for $4.99. Jeremy is being a little too hard on the film. Superman has only been Superman for 3 months. No, 3 years. So you can see why he'd been beat up a lot and not disrespected. 3 years. Let's not ignore they turned Superman's biological parents into the Viltrumites. James Gunn being a pretentious theater kid. Yes. And he's not, which is weird. He makes B movies. He's from Trauma. But, B movie and edgelords can be pretentious as fuck, or self-proclaimed edgelords, by the way. Self-proclaimed edgelords are the worst of the worst. Steve-O for $19.99. That's all he does is dropped it in the chat. Thank you, Steve-O. Appreciate it. Dead Bingo Dan for $5 Australian. This FNT, you'll believe a man can read super chats. No. Andre F for 100 ARSs says it's the third time Warner Brothers couldn't get Superman right. What does it say about them? It's Warner Brothers has we talked about this. I think it was on, I can't remember. Maybe it was on FNT. Man, I've talked about it so much, I can't remember. No, EFAP. We talked about it on EFAP. And I've talked about it years ago on this channel. Warner Brothers has had the opportunity to make a DC cinematic universe at any time since the early 80s and never has. Why? Because they've never taken the character seriously. Why have they constantly fucked up Looney Tunes? Because they never take the character seriously. They have owned some of the best IP on the planet, and they've never known what to fucking do with it. Now, they were hands off in the comics, and comics they did well, but what the fuck are we doing? You own Superman and Batman, and you are on your third reboot in 20 years. You're retarded. You're the dumbest company on fucking earth, and it's going to take actions to convince me otherwise. Imperial Fist Stand for $2 won't make money. Look at the international numbers. We will see. I am not going to think I'm not going to call this movie a flop. That'd be ridiculous. But it should have done better this weekend. Jeremy, is it worse than Superman 4? He will say it's worse than Superman 4. I think he will. Bubba Doom for $5. Kaiju monster in the big movie Big Jew. Jeffrey Epstein boss. Token black character gets a pass at being a man. It's Mr. Terrific. I mean, did they cast Why did they bring in Mr. Terrific in particular? Is because he's black? Yeah. The Viking of disapproval for $1.99. At least they didn't make him gay. Well, we don't know yet. We don't know yet. He doesn't get in that relationship stuff, but maybe he likes the butt stuff. We never know. Crypto has for sure murdered people while playing. Yes. The people who say this movie isn't woke are wrong. Any story that emasculates its male protagonist and empowers its female characters is 100% woke. Intersectional feminist L for $4.99. But the dudes are emasculated except for Mr. Terrific. I do not like Superman 2025. In my theater, only had 3 people in it. I did really like the scene with Guy Gardner and the tanks. Hello, Nerdrotic. I remember you said maybe last year if a person writes a book but no one reads it, it doesn't matter. You might have meant it if they release it. Is it because at least they tried? Yes. I mean, like I've said that in the past. Like, if you want to write a book for yourself that you will never release, do it. And people might consider that a waste of time, but it's not at all. It's your story. You write your story. Maybe someday you'll release it, but I don't think that's a terrible attitude. Like, I'm writing this for me. Tolkien began so long ago writing it for his kids, writing it for himself, inventing a new language. So yeah, if you write a book, I think writing's like very therapeutic, and I think it is a good way. It's basically keeping a diary. Keep a diary, write your own book, and then you don't have to release it at all. Maybe somebody finds it after you're gone. Maybe you leave it for that, but it's not a waste of time at all. It's good for the brain. Creativity is good for the brain. But I don't think that's a bad idea. Don't worry about people buying it. Stand for something for $10. Big ups to Jeremy for being a man enough to say that The Man of Steel was a better movie. Takes a big man to admit that movie they despise is a better movie. Respect. Hey, Gary, you should watch My Hero Academia. Says we gave bronies for $1.99. Yeah. I called Greg Alba a shill on Instagram, and he called me a pedo for blocking me. After blocking me, fuck the real rejects. Snyder Bros and Gunn Bros. I just want a good Superman movie. Congrats on the book, Gary. Hail FNT. Thanks, Dizzik. Thank you. That's all I want. That's all I want. Man of Steel has more hero moments than James Gunn's Superman. It does. And I like Man of Steel Man of Steel, Jeremy likes Man of Steel more than, and so do I, more than James Gunn's Superman. And I like Man of Steel. I don't love it. I think it's fine. It's fine, but yes. But for Jeremy to say that, that's saying something. That is saying something. Blink Shad if you're being forced to praise Superman, says Joseph Finley for $10. He's not. Friday Night Whites for $4.99. Ever consider living invited Clownfish TV guys on the panel? Geeky Sparkles has a voice that gives me the impression she has a cracking rack. Well, she does. She slaps Neon over the head with that all the time. That's what he tells me. Yeah, well, we've had him on before. I'll ask him if he wants to come on. They don't love live streaming. That's what I've heard in the past. It could be different now. And I understand that. Of all the dinosaurs that actually exist, Universal hinged their marketing on the Shane Gillis-looking terrestrial beluga whale. I was surprised to find out today that activist Superman saving little Palestinian children from crypto bros isn't woke if you like the movie. I would say I would say gamers. If you want to imprint that, I would say gamers. But man, yeah, dude. What's your woke scale? Not applicable. But I've heard this before. I heard this before. It's such fucking mid movies can be so fucking divisive. I mean, arguably, again, we're ranging on a scale from 4 to 6.5 out of 10. And it's not woke. It's totally woke. It sucks. It's great. It's fucking mid. It wasn't smart enough to be woke. It wasn't dumb enough to be woke. They couldn't get into anything that you could say, wow, that was really woke. They're really trying to push some propaganda in there. There was just imprints, images, a rubbing. That's all it was. There wasn't enough in there to go, man, that is definitely Palestine, except for the fucking movie was written before October 7th. Okay. I would say if you want to go imprint, Russia, Ukraine. But they're like, hey, let's not make it obvious. Let's make it brown people. And it could just be any brown people. Ugh. It's all over the place. It's so funny. It's not deep enough to be badly woke. This is surface level shit. And I just watched Ironheart, which was fucking woke. Okay. Acolyte is fucking woke as fuck. If you want to argue Hollywood has Hollywood cannot do masculine anymore, I'm with you. Is Superman a result of like the emasculation and basically Hollywood being a little too gay? Yes. But it's the symptom, not the problem. The movie's too fucking shallow to be anything other than bleh. For me, I liked it. It felt like an episode of a cartoon TV series. It did not feel like a movie, more like a cartoon. I give it a 6.5. There you go. A viewpoint for $10. Question for the panel. Now, which one is a better Superman, James Gunn or Superman Returns? Superman Returns feels more like a Superman movie. I agree. Thank you guys. Are awesome. Hail to the fellowship. Superman Returns is more of a Superman movie, even though it features the fucking stalking, which is terrible. And that was directed by an actual gay man who had to flee to Israel over allegations. You are all awesome. Thank you. Thank you. Send mail. They tried payoffs with no setup, like Pa Kent. Yep. That was my problem. My tractor trailer broke down the moment FNT had its false start. Thanks, y'all. At least I'm next to a 7-Eleven for a free Slurpee. Tow in 2 hours. Oh, you got a free Slurpee out of it. Was it a large Slurpee or is it a little Slurpee? Lead wall for $10. Just got myself an early birthday present that I wanted all and waiting for Nerdrotic. Hey, thank you. Thank you. I appreciate it. I will be on Real BBC. Real BBC tomorrow on Az's channel, just as a program note. Screen is black and the crowd is an ashtray. Big fail Friday Night Tights. I apologize. That stream will not play. Big fail Friday Night Tights. We got right back on. And we had a good crowd on both. Remember, we dual stream everything now. So on both sides, we had a good crowd. It's great. I knew since trailer 2, the Superman's James Gunn will suck. If you want a good Superman, watch Justice League and Justice League Unlimited. Yeah, I agree with that one. This is all Varn, by the way. Watched Ironheart episode 1. You were not exaggerating how bad it was. Also watched the new How to Train Your Dragon this week. It was decent. For everyone who wants a start reading David Gemmell, I could recommend a few entries. Legends Legend is his first book. Wayland, anti-hero redemption story. Wolf in Shadow, a sci-fi apocalyptic western. Sword in the Storm, and 5, Ghost King. Both are different spins on Arthurian legend. That sounds awesome. Super Mastermind for $10. Batman movie 1989. It was said to be terrible and set at a tempo age. Superman's newest film was said to be bad and was not amazing. Big difference. Yeah, at the time, not every critic was blown away by Batman 89. And even rewatching it, it's got editing issues. It's got flow issues. But fuck, it's awesome. It's still awesome. And I still love it. But I never considered it a better movie than Donner's Superman, like ever. I like Batman Returns more than Batman 89. Like, Tim Burton feels more comfortable as a filmmaker, more comfortable. Go back and look at it. I mean, you're not going to, as an editor, it's chunky. Chunky meaning the scene transition is clumsy. It's very clumsy. It doesn't flow very well. Batman Returns, 100% better as far as editing and the flow is concerned. Flow of the film. TJ Jordan for $5. Instead of introducing Mephisto in No Way Home or WandaVision, where would have made more sense? They went with Ironheart. He's like, ugh, I know. Where would it have made more sense? I'll tell you where it would have made more sense. The Blip. Hear me out. The Blip. The Blip. So the 5-year blip, which Batman Returns does not have worse pacing. No way. Batman has way worse pacing than Batman Returns. Batman Returns is a better movie. So better. Tim Burton is more comfortable. There's still like Tim Burton, like if you look at Pee-wee and Beetlejuice and like his first stuff, it's very, here's the scene. Boom. It just goes. That's the way it is. But it's tempered in Returns far more than Batman. Where was I? So The Blip. I'll be quick about this. One of Marvel's biggest mistakes is The Blip. We've talked about it ad infinitum. They've never done anything about it. But what you could have done is this. Okay, so here's what Marvel decided to do with The Blip. They made it Captain African American and the Winter Soldier. It was about racism and an anti-capitalist story. It was pro-socialism, pro-collectivism. That, my friends, was a woke show, was a hateful show that hated you. That was fucking woke. They also decided to use it in Secret Invasion as an immigration allegory and somehow mix in trans rights issues. That, my friends, is woke. That is woke. That's what they did with The Blip for the most part. What they should have done, if you're going to stick with the stupidity of everybody disappearing for 5 years and coming back because you had to give Tony Stark a daughter, which is fucking dumb. For one, they're too fucking old. They were both like 50-something years old. Is Pepper, the 55-year-old Pepper Potts, popping out a kid? Like, what the hell? But never mind. Say you stick with that. Okay. How do you get something bigger than Thanos? Okay. Well, you just wiped out half the universe. That's a lot of souls. That's a lot of souls that Death or Mephisto or any other amount of huge characters that could be more powerful than Thanos would want back, would be disturbed, would be upset. You can even use it as a way to bring back Thanos at some point because of Death, if you want to. That would have been a great way to introduce Supernatural, bring back Dormammu, bring in Mephisto, bring in Death. Fuck, the Celestials can come in. These are big repercussions across the universe. that humans unilaterally decided to bring everybody back. That probably piss a lot of people, there's probably a lot of entities were like, yes, Thanos. Woo! Instead, no, capitalism and intersectional feminism and trans rights. Blah, 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 blah. Fucking retarded. If I could make Ryan's forehead my Patronus, I would. Garrett, stay black, brother. Love y'all. Be safe. Enjoy your 7-Eleven plus your Slurpee weekend, I guess. Brian LeGray for $5. The movie isn't a device at all. It has one of the highest audience scores ever. You all are in the minority. The audience score is A- coming out of the theater, so it's not the highest ever. But we might be in the minority. Yes, totally agree with that. Totally agree with that. Speed of Walking for $20. Hi, everyone. Why does Disparu love bad shows as much as Jeremy loves Trump or men in general? Who broke you, Disparu, and why do you have a torch? He's British. I mean, that's the simplest answer in the world is British. Why did you have to torture us about making you entertaining that we keep watching? Well, yeah. I mean, crapping on Hollywood's pretty fun, especially when they're bad. But he's British. I mean, the best way to describe a Brit is, hey, you could go do something. Why bother? Used to not be like that, but that's the way they are now. The guy in the Real Rejects, Coy, runs the official DCU podcast, which had almost most of the cast and Gunn weeks before the movie. They are shills. There's a lot of shilling going on. There's a lot of people who get paychecks, who get access, really standing for this movie. I think there's a narrative out there. It's Marvel versus DC, and the access media like favors Marvel over DC, which I've seen a lot of in the past, but not with this one. No, not with this one. I think the people who don't like it are in the minority right now. Yeah. What the actual fuck with that shipping cost or everything? Tell Eric to fix that. Is it international or national? I'll look at it. Take a look at it, X-Ray Girl. We will check it out. Thank you, Jose. Josh Kelsey has dropped $20 and walks away. That's what he does. That's what he does. Did not have MAGA team up with Snyder Bros on my bingo card. Yeah, it's because Mad Frog, it's all over the place. You can see in my chat, it's all over the place. It's not woke. I like it. It's the wokest thing I ever saw. What the fuck, you commie homos? It's like I've turned commie homo since my Ironheart review. I love the chat. Don't ever change. Gayer, no hardcover and audio bundle. Orange gotten. Audiobook coming later. Audiobook coming later. We want the book to come out first. Audiobook will be available on Audible. It'll be available on Audible and all the audiobook places. Barnes and Noble too. Ignorance was bliss. Just discovered Winston Marshall and Raymond Ibrahim. Glad I could escape those topics for a little bit by coming here. Yeah. Lots of very serious topics going on. So arguing about Superman, a little bit of a breakaway from that. Spoil away. I'm not watching this shite anyway. Thank you, Madman26. We did. We spoiled the shit out of it. Why did they make Guy Gardner look like Simple Jack? His haircut kind of looks like that. I like Nathan Fillion. Great. He's great. Saw Superman last night. Thought it was a lot of fun. Definitely not a movie without flaws, though. Hoping the Blu-ray release will add the footage that was cut. It does feel like it needed more. It does. Trepignant for 50 Martian pesos. I was going to say that there needs to be a new description for technically challenged Gen X, something akin to "You're such a Gary." Wow. But it seems black screen was all the fault of Garrett. You are gems. Well, there's a thing called hardware acceleration. And what happened was over the last 2 months, you might have noticed that everything you own electronically is updated. Have you noticed that? Every single thing you own, from my Roku to my phone to StreamYards to Chrome to everything has updated, probably for some nefarious AI shit so they can track you and the AI can enslave us all. But it's really for our convenience. They're gonna make our slavery way more convenient. But yeah, Windows 11 update, everything updated. So, and I was also gone for a month. So I get back, we fire up Firefox because we use Firefox when we want like a shit to actually work because Chrome doesn't work. And we didn't tick the hardware acceleration for OBS, which also updated. And if you don't do that, you get black screen. So next time we just have to hit the hardware acceleration and the advanced settings, refresh it. You guys know. Yeah, VHS sucked. My son uses Brave. My son uses Brave. All right. Rio for $4.99. Mr. Terrific sounded like Robert Downey Jr. in Tropic Thunder. A little bit. Eric Sheedlow for $20. Ladies and gents, bestest FNT ever. Son of Tardo, show you change to Gary Beekler's computer help. You Dumbos good as James Pistol's Duperman. Go Duper Girl, lock it in. Yay. Shout out to the chat. Great job on the smooth start, guys, says TJ Jordan. Thank you. Thank you very much. Hawk Girl, Mr. Terrific, Lois Guy Gardner, even Rando Metropolis Guy, who Lex kills, have more hero moments than Superman shows you what characters Gunn likes. Yep. Shan vindicated by Crypto Binks, says Mad Frog. A little. Default for $5. Gary, what's a Superman book run that you would recommend to someone who had been looking forward to Superman's James Gunn and was left disappointed? Anything by Dan Jurgens, baby. Dan Jurgens had a run from, it's a few years ago now. It's fantastic. Dan Jurgens. If you want a short read, Superman for All Seasons by Jeff Loeb and Tim Sale. A decent read that would probably feel more like Man of Steel is Superman Birthright by, believe it or not, Mark Waid. Yeah, it's good. There's good stuff. Sorry I'm late. What did I miss? Nothing, Southeastern Kaiju. We started the show with a black screen. Shad, you're in trouble. Got kicked out of the house? Yes, he did. Imperial Fist Stand for $2. Piers Morgan made it on the FNT before Beardo did. This is true. Hey, I think your book is late on Ripison. Like author, like book. Yes, it is. It's up there right now. We are almost at $100,000. Almost at 100,000, I think. And 190 to go. We are at 1,948 books sold. You guys are awesome. This Mr. Terrific movie had a lot of Superman in it. Too bad he wasn't very super. He'd been fighting for 3 years. Why did he let himself get beat up so much? And how did they translate Kryptonian? Earth linguist translated? And how did Supergirl not understand it? I don't fucking know. How did the robots not understand it? Drew Sewell for $2. So many questions about this movie. So many. Ordered my signed cover, ladies, and gayest start ever, says B Buster for $10. Very gay. And thank you for buying a signed copy. Waiting for Nerdrotic. Great screen name I had once. Shorty Short. You did. I can't believe James Gunn tried to sabotage you guys. It was James Gunn's fault. Nah, it was Israel. Ministry of Wrong Thing for $1.99. Does Gary book start off blank as well? Well, my brain did, and it's currently blank. Das Pooch for $5. Did you guys seriously know that not all of that N-word and plantation conversation was live on YouTube. We said something almost as bad later. Jeremy pulling a tubin was not on my 2025 bingo card. Oh, we were all tubin. That's why the screen was black. Garrett was just trying to save us from ourselves. But here we are. Thank you, Griff Nizzle. Jester of Roanoke for $2. Love you guys. Don't ever change from boomerishness. Never. We are what we are. Dragon Knight's Glare for $20 says Jor-El's message being not the real message is like Suicide Squad kill the Justice League. It doesn't matter that there were clones and the real ones all still alive later. In the moment, Harley Quinn killed the Batman I loved. You still saw it. Ministry of Wrong Thing for $1.99. We heard that. I bet you did. R. Robs 1006 for $20 on the rant side says, Hail Gary, that fella chanting death to IDF. There's another clip from him from another angle. That's Bob DeVillen or whatever that exposes that he means the individual's not the system. F that guy. Glad you to hear his shows got canceled. Yeah. He's free to say that shit. That's part of free speech. He might not like it. He's free to say that shit but for people coping and saying, like he was saying the idea. It's like saying death to America is just an idea. It doesn't mean death to Americans. No, death to America means death to Americans. Death to the IDF, whether you like them or not, means death to individual IDF members. It is a call for murder. That's what it is. Don't act like it's not. So don't be fucking shocked when the people who sign your checks, a lot of them being from the country of Israel, cancel your fucking shows. But should he be allowed to say it? Yes. It's free speech. But fuck him for saying that, and I don't feel sorry for him for his shit getting canceled and fired. I don't. But he could say it. Callow's rocket lands, and that Kent's find him. Pa Kent is he like me? Yes, he is. Two-parter here. Hail Gary, hail FNT. Before FNT, I was watching the Bureau Files hosted by Administrative Results. He has a video on 28 years later. He is associated with Brandon Herrera. He might be a good guest to have on, kind of into the same stuff as this panel from Military Experience. That'd be great. All right, we'll get the rest of that Thursday, along with the BBC stuff. We're going to get the current stuff. But that is it on for Friday Night Tights. Square up. Here we go. Where are we, X-Ray Girl? Oh, it's in the list. It's on the list. Never mind. I know where we are. I can get there. All right. Here we go. Swords and Starships for $20 says, congrats on the books, Gary. Plug for a friend. Redoubt Productions. Redoubt, as in doubt. I doubt this. 1754 is a Gen Z YouTuber who does on location and heavily researched videos on American history, especially Civil War. He's going over 4,000 subs if everyone's interested. That sounds very cool. Well done. I like those kinds of stuff. Mr. Blue Sky for $19.99. Hail, Gary and chat. Really wish Superman's James Gunn didn't suck. Yeah, me too. Just slop on slop. On the Forbidden Frontier front, been wanting to ask you if you have seen the Metaphysical podcast. Curious on your thoughts if you have. I have, and it's good. I have seen it. I have seen and heard it. PGDM 81 on a rant side for $20. Hail, the show is awesome. Saw Superman and Maha Nothing Special. Congratulations on the book. I got mine. You rock. Keep on trucking. Thank you, brother. Thank you. Explosive colon for $10. They lost me with Truth, Justice, and the American Way became too taboo. Yep. I'll stick with John Wick cinematic universe. There you go. I know nothing about Supergirl apart from her look, and she's Clark's cousin. What is her main love interest? Who is her best friend? Who is her main antagonist? Who is she outside of Superman? She's a fair weather character. She's not the character I mean, that is a very good question, and it depends on what you're but what's mostly known as her origin. What's mostly known as her origin and a relation to Superman. But do the general public have a fucking clue what her main villain is? No. So she's a very interesting and I think bad character to do a second movie in, but Lobo's going to be in it. So that's supposed to make up for it. Berg Flicka says, great media, dark times elevate creators to inspire humanity. Hollywood has no soul and is trying to kill freedom of spirit. Thank God creators have an alt way to uplift us. You're included in that, brother. Thank you. I appreciate that. I do. Merv220 for 20 Australian dollars. Firstly, well done on being open to your trials and tribulations and trying to do better. Second, thank you. Thank you very much. Secondly, always enjoy your videos. They're always as for a good laugh. Lastly, I feel a better Superman film would have been 80% Man of Steel, 20% Superman James Gunn. I agree with you. I think there's a balance in there somewhere. They both went too hard one way. Both went too hard one way. Adam Child for $19.99. Do you remember when we saw The Force Awakens together in San Francisco? Was it? Yeah. Good times. You're big time now. That's awesome. We need another movie field trip. I live in Rome, Italy now, and I'm sharing your greatness in Europe. Adam, thank you, brother. That was a long fucking time ago, man. Wow. The Force Awakens. Hail Adam. Hail Adam. Yeah, let's do a, you know what? Let's do a movie night in Rome, Italy. What do you think? Thank you, brother. Good to hear from you. Llama 2980 for $100. Nerdrotic. Your book is such an inspiration. See, kids, you can write too. You can write a book if you can't read. I'm messing with you. No, mess with me. It's okay. Much love, my man. Wish all the best and much more success. Thank you. Hayden Wayne, 75 for $20. What's up, Hayden? Gary, just a little thing I want everybody think you should hear about. Oh, I knew about this. Makeship has decided to cancel all future collaborations with non-political streamer Darling Strawby, seemingly because of her husband is Rev, says Disu. And what did Rev do? I mean, the reason I asked that, Hayden, is because I haven't seen anything that Rev did that deserves being canceled for association, especially since Makeship has done shit for us. I mean, they've literally made a plushie of Ryan motherfucking Kinnell. They've made one of me. They've made a couple of Az. Like, what? And by all accounts, Hayden, and you can respond just in the normal chat, it sounds like he did nothing, right? Absolutely nothing. So that's too bad. So unless Rev went out, and I'm not saying he did this, I'm getting a hyperbolic example. I don't know Rev. I don't know. What was it? Darling Strawby. Okay. So I'm just giving a hyperbolic example. Did Rev murder somebody? Did he? I don't think he did. Did he say something bad? I wouldn't care. Yeah, I haven't seen anything the guy did. So Makeshift, what the fuck? What the fuck? Straub is Rev's wife. Yeah. I got that part. What, is she gonna back away from her husband? No, she's not. Fuck that shit. Fuck Makeshift for doing that. So yeah, it'll be very interesting to see. But yeah, that sounds like bullshit. But I mean, I have zero context, but I trust Hayden Wayne. Hayden Wayne knows what's up. Hayden Wayne knows what's up. Thank you, Hayden. Appreciate it. Good afternoon, Gary. Just wanted to let you know on FNT, I ordered the I Want It All bundle. I want my autograph to be personalized. If that's okay, sure. Sure. Send an email, Mikey. So Melissa gets it on that one. When you come to Ohio, please let me know. Thanks. We're going to go to Serpent Mound. So hail, Mikey. Hail, brother. Well, when I go to Serpent Mound, I will ping you. Regarding soups, the evacuation of the entire city showing 27 people and 9 vehicles drove me crazy. And yes, I own a Say Jim, that's a bad outfit T-shirt. That's a bad outfit. Damn straight. Your FJ Cruiser, a manual. Can I have it? No, it's not a manual. I wish. Those things are not easy to find, the manual. It is not a manual. No. But I wish. I prefer manual cars. Manual transmissions. I do, but they're harder to find these days. And no, you can't have it. I love my fucking FJ Cruiser. I'm going to own that until it rusts and falls apart. Have you watched the Red Sonja trailer? I have, unfortunately. Aryan. And I've watched Az's reaction to it, which was hilarious. It looks fucking terrible. It looks like a porn, which sucks because I want good sword and sorcery shit. I ordered the signed hardcover for myself and an additional copy for my friend. Thank you, Surly, for $10. I appreciate it. Mikey Gussler. Does Mahler think Superman is worse than Man of Steel? I think you have to see the rest of EFAP. I think Mahler will say, I don't want to speak for Mahler, but I think the best you can hope for Mahler is it's as bad. But I don't want to speak. You'll find out tomorrow on the real BBC. But he probably said it at the end of EFAP. Any way of bundling both of your books signed? Both? Oh, you mean hard and soft? And you want them both signed? We're just gonna, we're gonna might think of something down the road. Might think of something. The campaign's kind of the campaign now. I don't think we can really change it, but I'll ask Eric. I don't think we could really change it though. Sorry. But, I'll be around a lot of places and I will happily sign books. If you could run back in time and Flashpoint Hollywood, it being different, would it be worthwhile if the only subtle difference is that Kevin Smith stops dressing like a goofy toddler all the time? I'd have to do more than that. I'd go back in time and find the right person to whisper in their ear, beware me too, for it is a power grab. It is not a movement. Because I promise you, all the weird sexual improprieties that were going on in Hollywood prior to Me Too are happening now to men, women, and children. Ain't no fucking difference. I'd also remind Hollywood, nobody would listen, that remember how much you all used to love Donald Trump and thought he was fun, and kind of just keep that in mind and not let it completely ruin your industry. Oh, but the most important thing is I'd find, you got to find the most info. I don't know what action I can make to make it different because it's all behavioral. I can't change their behavior, but I just go, all those people who pay your salary? Oh, no, not the executives. Oh, no, not the corporation. Oh, no, not your union. Oh, no, not your contractor. The customer. Don't piss them off. Do not fuck with them. Or you will live to regret it. And they have lived to regret it. Everything Hollywood is in decline. We are arguing over a 5 out of 10 fucking movie that just had a mid box office. That in the most positive way could have a 7. I'm going to be really generous. $800 million run and will be completely forgotten. The only thing will be remembered about Superman's James Gunn is the online discourse, which has been fantastic. We aren't arguing over a great film. We aren't. And even the people who like it will go, yeah, you're probably right. We're arguing over, I'm going to go on their side. We're arguing over a good film. One that I liked that had a lot of problems. To Jeremy's side, which is, it's the worst dog shit he's ever seen. Give me Zack Snyder, pump it in my veins. Me, I'm just gonna go watch Donner. I don't need to watch Man of Steel or Superman Returns. It's not making them listen. I like Man of Steel more. I told that when Jeremy and I talked on the phone. I liked Man of Steel more than Superman's James Gunn. Yes, but he hated Man of Steel, and I kind of like Man of Steel. So that's the difference. Superman Returns. It's more of a Superman movie. I'm not going to say I really enjoy. It was boring. It's fucking boring. It is boring. I'm going to watch Donner Superman and listen to that John Williams soundtrack when they open it up with the 1938 and the old theater and the curtains open up and the old Daily Planet from the serials turn in there. I was like, oh, pump that shit in my veins. That's reverence. Beto Diaz for 5,000 Martian pesos. Congrats on the book. Greetings from Amsterdam. I wish I was thinking if we are getting the female Silver Surfer in the Fantastic Four, and then we get Norrin Rad in the main 616 universe. That's what the theory is. I know there's a rumor out there that she's going to get a TV show, and maybe she is. And I don't know if she comes over from this. And when I was talking to my guy at Marvel, who didn't know, we don't know definitively. He's like, yeah, I think they could probably introduce the male Silver Surfer later. And I said, wow, that's fucking dumb. That's dumb. That is unbelievably dumb. You have one shot at this. Silver Surfer's a dude. You want to sell toys? You ain't going to sell female Silver Surfer action figures. And believe me, I've seen them. They look like shit. It's not going to sell merch. You're not going to sell female Silver Surfer shirts. But if you came out with a good Silver Surfer and then you started throwing up Jack Kirby and Buscema fucking Silver Surfer shirts, they'll sell like crazy because Silver Surfer is fucking cool. And you took one of the coolest Marvel characters and made it uncool. But we need to have female representation. Okay, so once again, you sacrifice a male character for female representation, which is going to put female representation back years. You want female representation? Use Frankie Ray Nova. One moment. I'll show you. Use this bitch right here. Right here. It's part of the HasLabs, Galactus set. Just use her. She's already a girl. She's from a different universe. It doesn't really fucking matter. But no, they had to ruin Silver Surfer. God, I hate. All right. Enough with the earphones. There we go. Oh, hey, is there a reason you brought that up? Hang on, now I need to get my headphones back.
Yeah, there's. You can't hear me. Dang it. But I don't want him to hear this.
What was that?
You have just reached 6 figures.
What? No way. We did it. That is brilliant. Thank you. Well done, people. And thank you, X-Ray Girl. Thank you, X-Ray Girl. I overwhelmed. I can't believe we hit it in under 3 days. As a matter of fact, it's 20. It's 13 minutes under 3 days. In 13 minutes, we hit 3 days. That's fucking incredible. Hell yeah. Hell yeah. Not bad for a guy with the radio show. I know. Thanks for watching my video. It's probably the first time I've ever mentioned. I put an ad in my video, and it's the first time I've ever mentioned like my mom in a video, I think. So my mom, I have two moms. They're not lesbians. One is elderly, one is older. My birth mother is really young because she was only barely 16 when she had me. So that's the mom who lives. That's New Mexico mom, and then there's California mom, the one who raised me. She's well in her 80s. So she doesn't work a cell phone. She doesn't know what the fuck YouTube even is. And she keeps asking about my radio show, and she's old. She's had her health problems, lots of health problems, lots and lots of health problems. We have her in a home where she's taken care of, but she always asks about my radio show. How's the radio show? Oh, the radio show's doing pretty good, Mom. First time she saw me on anything was when I was on with she heard or saw it Will Kane, because she's elderly, so she watches Fox News, and I think my sister showed her that I was on Will Kane, so that's the first time she's ever seen me on anything online. Other people, like a lot of people heard me on Glenn Beck. I think that's the most people I've been out to at one time ever, was when I was on the radio with Glenn Beck. Because that's millions and millions and millions of people listening. That's a lot of people listening. So I had like friends and people I ran into up in Wisconsin. They're like, I heard you on Glenn Beck. Where is my real dad? No idea. No idea. I plan to track him down. It's like around my birthday, I get sentimental about that shit. So that's how I found my mom. I can't remember the website. There was a website where adoptees can connect to adopt parents. And that was years and years and years and years ago. So that's how I connected to my mom, who had been actively looking for me. She had to be looking for me. So I don't think my dad was actively looking for me. And I haven't, quite frankly, had a ton of interest in finding him. I think we tracked him down to North Carolina. The last time I remember, North Carolina, got an address and was like, I have a dad. My adopted dad was my dad. Arvin Beekler was my dad. So I had a dad. He passed away. The sperm donor who hit up a 16-year-old girl and took off when he was a kid too. It's like, what are we going to say? What's up? How's life been since you knocked up a 16-year-old girl 55 years ago? And is he alive? I don't fucking know. I don't know. I know he was a Seventh-day Adventist. I know his name. I'm not going to say it here. No offense or anything. I'm just not going to say it here. And that's about it. That's about it. And I guess the only thing, okay, and I know what you're thinking. The only thing that does have me curious is, do I have siblings? Do I have half siblings out there? That's kind of my motivator, is like, we got close. I think Melissa talked to somebody and he did have other kids. So I most definitely have half brothers and sisters out there in the world that I have not met. Like, most definitely. So maybe I'll look for them instead. Just to go, hey, you got a beard just like I do, and you're my sister. No, just kidding. Yeah, because when I found my mom, I found out I had a little sister, and we are close. We're very close now. So I could, yeah. So maybe I'll look for the half siblings, but Pops, no real interest. But thanks for the question. I had a dad. He was great. I miss him. Angmar, WK for $10. I would argue that this Superman is James Gunn self-insert. Makes me wonder that Lois is a self-insert for his wife. Also, James Gunn, in my opinion, seems to have daddy issues. Little bit. That's where I'm not going to argue with you on this one. I'm not going to go woke. But if you want to talk about like some cringe self-insert, some beta-ism, some light intersectional feminism, you have my ear. You have my ear. But it is not woke. It is not woke in the woke sense of the word. What's going to be woke? Eddington. That's going to be woke. What's going to be woke? Half the programming on broadcast TV. No, 90% of the programming on broadcast television is woke. It's not as bad as it was before, but half the commercials are woke. DS the RN for $9.99, just playing the Nerdrotic tax. Taxation is theft. You don't have to pay tax here. I'm sorry you got to pay tax on my book. That's fucking, that's whatever state you're in. I apologize for that. How do I say this name, X-Ray Girl? I want to get it right.
I think it's Loudy.
Loudy has gifted 50 Nerdrotic memberships, $250. Loudy. It's at Loudy. I'm so confused with this ad stuff. I can't read in the first place. Ryan was right. I can't read in the first place. You put this ad stuff in here, and it's like, oh my God. It's like dyslexia in a different language. An internet loser for $4.99 just purchased your 2 hardbacks. Thank you. One signed of Waiting for Nerdrotic. What are the plans for the audiobook? So the audiobook gets started in August, and per Chris's suggestion, again, Chris is behind a lot of this. So if you want to blame somebody, like, okay, so you have every single rumor that's true. And the reason my book was written, and honestly, Chris is behind 2 of my most successful videos too. Just blame Chris Gore. My most successful video was Chris Gore going, dude, you got to read this article. You got to do the video on this article right fucking now. So I waited a couple days. I went to a hotel in San Diego because I was going to see Chris. I recorded that video in a fucking hotel with an ISOM shirt on. And I think I had a Doctor Who, the last big chief Doctor Who that they put out, Tom Baker, a 4th Doctor, box in the background just to make it nerd. And that video is by far my biggest video. It has 6.2 million views, which tells you, I mean, so much for a fucking studio that you put a bunch of time into and everything, just a fucking hotel room and whatever. But yeah, it's all Chris Gore's fault, whom I'm going to see in 1 week, because Chris Gore and I are going to Comic-Con, and there's going to be a meetup at Comic-Con. And at that meetup, we will be at Comic-Con signing at Gabe Al-Taib's The Big Man Comics booth. Times to be determined, but I think I'm on before or right after. The mighty, the merciless, Alan Ing, Chris Gore, yours truly, Gabe Al-Taib, and maybe others will be at the same place we were at last year. So I'll tweet about it, but we'll be there. So I'm going to see Chris Gore in a week. Devil's Advocate, maybe Brainiac has hacked the Kryptonian database and changed the footage of Jor-El. Do you think that is possible? And there was a rumor from the test screener that Chris talked to that there was 2 post-credit scenes that was Brainiac and Hal Jordan from Lanterns, and apparently they were removed. And the 2 post-credit scenes were, I mean, there was a cute one with Superman and his dog staring at Earth. And then there was a fucking dumb one that disrespected Superman more with Mr. Terrific. The highest selling comic book in India has been DC
comics, Phantom and Superman comics from Silver Age, also Spider-Man, but mostly those that have Venom. Venom's international reach is incredible. So the Phantom is a cool comic. So you're talking about like they reprint Silver and Golden Age stuff. That's awesome. Yeah. When I was in Peru, when I was in Italy, and France, they reprint a lot. Like that's the one thing that really impressed me about France. Aside from there not being that many French people in Paris, was these stands they had right on the river. And these stands were filled with comic books and like old reprints. And it's all in French and I can't read it, but they have brand new covers and painted covers for the French version. So I fucking bought the shit out of them there. I came out a stack like that. In Italy, they had a bunch of Westerns I couldn't read, but the art was fantastic. And it was some of the Mobius stuff too, the Blueberry stuff. Like I bought it just for the art, but other places you go, they really like the comic books. They really like the comic books. And you know what they sell? Older ones. Gary, weird question. Did you ever hang out at Skate City in Whittier in the 80s? If so, we probably crossed paths since I grew up 4 blocks from there. I did not hang out. I used to go to Whittier to hook up with a chick back in the 80s, though, that I met in Yosemite. But I didn't hang out at Skate City. Whatever mall was around there, that's where I was hanging, though. Whittier, California, Orange County-ish. Cody MacArthur 5472 for $9.99. The only thing woke was Jimmy not wanting to bang that Instagram chick all weekend. Yeah, Jimmy gay. Like, are you kidding me? Miss Tessmacher was hot. And I was reading the review, and I like Eric from Forbes, but he's like, oh, they really went back to the credit I will give is the credit Chris Gore gave. The women are hot. They make the women hot in this. So credit where credit is due. Miss Tessmacher hot. Calling it now. The retcon will be that Zod altered the message to make Superman a villain and divide father and son. Maybe. All of it is a bad idea because that's too big of a thing to introduce to not resolve in the movie. That would be like Luke finding out, sorry, spoilers, Luke finding out Darth Vader is his dad and Ben lying to him in A New Hope. You know what? You could do something like this in the next movie, in the third movie. You do it in the first movie where you're launching your universe where there are no fucking guarantees they're going to retcon this at all. I think there's a lot of hopium going on, but there's no guarantees unless somebody, I don't know, is working directly with James Gunn and they know. I'm sorry I spoiled it. God, people are mad at me now. You said Return of the Living Dead is your favorite zombie movie. It is. But I'm curious, have you ever seen Peter Jackson's Dead Alive? Love Dead Alive. Love it. But Return of the Living Dead is cooler because it's punk rock. 45 Grave on that soundtrack. Come on. I have one of the buttons. Here. Hang on. I'm going to get up again. They gave these away opening day back in the 80s. More brains. Still have it. See, it's a little zombie. It's a little zombie hand. Spray painting it. That's right. Fucking Return of the Living Dead. Great soundtrack, by the way. Can animated directors direct a live action? Some, Brad Bird, some can cross over, but mostly I would say as a rule, no. It's a good start. I mean, Dave Filoni's doing a great job at Star Wars though, isn't he? Right, Ryan? Sunny Harder. By the way, Always Sunny returned last night. I did not watch it, but I will. Always Sunny returned last night. Sunny Harder for $5. Would Magneto work if he were the son of a Holocaust survivor? His parents could still be off by Yahtzee and hiding, revealing he is not safe without control. No, Magneto has got to be a Holocaust survivor. Magneto, you just age him slower through. These are conversations I've had a lot at the store. I just had a conversation like this with my kid, and I'm all, no, Magneto survives World War II Germany. He survives a concentration camp. I think it's really fucking important to the character. He is a mutant. He is a mutant that can manipulate magnetism. He could, and my son's like, part of his mutation. I'm all, no, you do something better. He is on a mission. He believes in his mission. He has the ability to fuck with magnetism. So he messes with the magnetic field in his head, in his brain, in his bloodstream. He figures out a way to increase his lifespan through his power. And he always has to be conscious of it. So it's always kind of in the back of his brain that this thing he's doing. And when he gets knocked out or forgets about it, it stops working. He starts aging a little bit, but he can fire it back up again. And it just gives him longer life. That's how you fix it. You don't make him black and do the fucking civil rights thing or make him a son. No, he's a fucking mutant. So he can just live longer. And, if you control magnetism, we just focus on the metal and stuff. There is so many other crazy things you can do. It depends. And he's a level 5 mutant. So there's crazy shit you can do with magnetism that affect gravity, that affect all kinds of stuff that they've used in the past in his powers, but they still haven't used some of it. That he can extend his life. He can extend his life. Even if it's putting some kind of zippity-doo-dah magical magnetic field around his body that preserves him in some way. And what it does is it reflects the radiation of the sun, which ages us. Any kind of cosmic rays that do get through that age us, he can reflect that. Christopher Nolan and Rick and Morty has the worst fandom. I don't know about that. I don't think Christopher Nolan has the worst fandom. I don't think they're sycophantic, but they're not annoying, right? At least they haven't been to me. Because listen, believe it or not, my movie opinions have gone against the chat quite a bit on this channel, including Oppenheimer, which I gave a whopping 6.5 out of 10, because I generally hate biopics. I hate biopics. I thought there's some good performances, and I'm glad I watched it once, and I walked out of it going, never going to watch that again. I liked it, but that's not the kind of movie I'm going to go, let's watch Oppenheimer. Nope. There is about 5 or 6 Chris Nolan films I'd watch before that. Inception was awesome. Love Inception. Tenet was unlistenable. Unlistenable. I'm looking forward to the Odyssey. Interstellar, not my favorite movie. Nope. Prestige, fucking banger. Love that thing. Memento, love Memento. Dark Knight. Batman Begins, fuck yeah. Ooh, my God, I'm getting hungry. All right. As you guys know, hang on to the link. When we go, it's going to be unlisted, but hang on to the link if you want to keep watching. Otherwise, it'll be uploaded on Nerdrotic Live. Thanks for being here. Brian McCann, 666 for $5. Fawcett Comics, Captain Marvel, Shazam always outsold Superman. That's why DC sued Fawcett Comics. Even today, Shazam Comics outsells Superman. And Ryan mentioned this morning, I haven't checked the numbers on this, but I believe Ryan, that Shazam, the first movie, did better internationally than Superman. Shazam's a fun comic. I don't know about like Brian, you might be right. But I do know that Superman was the best-selling comic for decades. Decades. And maybe for a brief time, Captain Marvel outsold it. Because remember, X-Men was a best-selling comic, but it got outsold by Marv Wolfman and George Perez's Teen Titans. It did. For a little while there, it was selling more copies. And it's a good book. Saw the interview. I feel like they need the white boy summer, but DC seems to be heading toward a white girl drunk movie for girl. Yeah, they are. They are. They need another white boy summer. They're just not going to get it. Man, the guys who hate you really try to prove they're better than any of you by challenging you a racist, sexist, by calling you a racist, sexist, homophobe or whatever. That's a day that ends in Y or around these parts. But some of the discourse from Superman, which I find to be fun, is almost making me miss Black TikTok going after me for Ironheart. No, I was getting I got death threats over Ironheart. I don't bring attention to them because like I do not take them seriously in the least bit. I mean, we have security. We have, like we do the alarm at the house. We have cameras and we're ready to go. And I'm not afraid to fight. So, but I no, I don't. I live in fucking Texas, baby. Somebody starts shit in my neighborhood, they're going to look like Swiss cheese. And that's just the neighbors. That's not even me. Give my neighbors an excuse. Are you kidding me? But no, I don't worry about it. I don't worry about it. Don't start that shit here. Castle Doctrine, baby. I have a feeling Marvel's X-Men will be my Doctor Who moment. It might be. It might be. Roof Koreans got my back, Perry. Damn, baby. Hail the Roof Koreans. There's lots of Asian love on this channel, by the way. Maybe a little bit too much. Maybe inappropriate. What do you think, Perry? Well, what was the meme I saw on Chuck Norris today? Chuck Norris went to a feminist rally and he came back with an iron shirt and a sandwich. Folded an iron shirt and a sandwich. Love it. I love the Chuck Norris shit. That was so good. Perry Chan and Alan Ng are the same person. They are to me, chat. They are to me. Same with X-Ray Girl. Captain Solo, 1883 for $5. This movie is the last Jedi of Superman movies. It has divided the fan base instead of uniting it. That ain't Superman. No, it's not success. You are 100% right. I don't know if it's going to be as bad and as long lasting as The Last Jedi, because The Last Jedi had Luke Skywalker drinking fucking milk out of a titty. There ain't nothing in Superman that bad. Luke Skywalker ODs on the Force. Luke Skywalker's a bitch. Now, Superman is a bitch in this movie, but nothing like Luke Skywalker. So like, but if as far as the divisiveness, and it's not what there was a time back then where people thought it was great, the discussion around Last Jedi, and like, I think this is great. This is not great for DC. No. You do not start a universe by dividing your audience. You want the vast majority of people to at least kind of like it. And that is not the case. That is not the case. And you need it to be there was talk of consensus last Friday. And that's like, you never know the consensus until time determines consensus. Time. And it cannot be determined right now. It cannot. Now, there's a consensus now that The Last Jedi sucks. Now, I was convinced of that at the time, but was there a consensus at the time? There was a lot of question because it seemed like a lot of people loved it and thought it was a masterpiece. Turns out that's not entirely true. What finally brought that truth out? Time. People thought about it. They weren't so caught up in the prisoner of the moment and the hype, and they thought about it, and they a little introspection and went, it wasn't that good. And that's fair enough. You can do that. Jay Longbow, I'm not going to say exactly what she said, but I can't say I disagree with her. She was talking about like people going to bouncy castles and come back, think it's the greatest thing ever, and calling out like YouTubers for losing credibility or whatever, which people are free to do. And then coming back a couple of months later going, nah, that movie sucked. I can't tell you how many times that's happened. I've lost count. Not sure it'll happen in this case, but Thunderbolts, man, I got a shit ton of clap back for Thunderbolts. It flopped. In my mind, has not changed on the movie. It's bad. It's bad. It's better bad, but it's bad. Like I would say it's better than Captain America. I'd say it's better than the Marvels. I'd put it on the level of Shang-Chi, which is bad. And how woke would you say Gotham Knights, the video game, is? The panel would know. The panel. The Gotham Knights video game looked pretty fucking woke. But I'm so sick of Batman dead. Batman dead. What are we gonna do? No Batman. Batman's left town. Everybody there. Young Batman, old Batman, no Batman, zero Batman. Give me a fucking Batman. I think Primitive War will be stupid fun. Maybe not a blockbuster, but from it looks. I saw the trailer for that, and that does look fun. It looks a little crazy and a little low budget. Hey, it looks better than Red Sonja. It's a dinosaurs in Vietnam story. What the fuck was that hot girl? Ridiculously stupid screeching throughout and undermines the entire argument made in the movie against Superman. Yes. So that's a big problem. So this is the you want to talk about red herrings and inconsistencies. So Superman, the motivation for the government to finally move in after being manipulated by Lex Luthor was that Superman unilaterally went to a country and got himself involved, and by stopping a war, by taking that leader and putting him up against the cactus and torturing him. So that caused an international incident. Superman was still popular, but that was how that opened the door for Lex within the government. Later on in the movie, because we were supposedly too stupid and simple to not understand this, the Justice Gang, which had just proven they're kind of a bunch of fucking assholes and idiots by recklessly killing the kaiju that could have crushed everybody if Superman wasn't there, and totally didn't listen to him at all, are now inspired by Superman. When Superman is given the only real fucking decision that was difficult, that would have been very interesting to see them work out, and they didn't. When Superman was faced with the choice of save Metropolis, save Lois, save Metropolis, or save the brown people who have been standing in the middle of the desert for two hours from the Baravian invasion. They're both happening at the same time. And that is a Superman problem that Superman would have figured out. Nah. We see in one scene, Hawk Girl is coming out of the shower or something, and she sees the Baravian thing and the kid raising the flag asking for Superman. And that was her being inspired by Superman. That scene. If you blinked, you missed it. That was the Justice Gang. That wasn't Guy Gardner. That wasn't Mr. Terrific. That was the woman, Hot Girl, being inspired. And then we're assuming she went and got the rest of the Justice Gang, and then they went over there and stopped the and she's hot in real life. I mean, she's really young though, so I got to back up. She's super young. Okay. But pretty. We'll say pretty. So it is that the Justice Gang went out there and stopped the Moravian invasion because they were inspired by Superman, because Superman made them better heroes, except Hawkgirl killed the fucking leader. Dropped him from the fucking sky. And apparently the international community is completely cool with that. There's no repercussions to that. So they're pissed at Superman for telling him to stop war, but not killing the guy. But they're cool with a corporate superhero team unilaterally going in and stopping an invasion and killing a leader. So that wasn't Superman making them better. It was Superman getting dumber, the movie. And Mahler said it in Az's chat. Team America was more geopolitically aware and savvy than Superman. A parody with puppets that poop on each other. Superman is a refugee, can't return home. Superman, okay, if they keep saying he's an immigrant, all right. So the act of immigrating requires you to immigrate, like get on your feet, move, and go somewhere else. When you're a little baby in a bundle, you're being carried. So you are a refugee. You're being carried. If we want to get into the semantics of this. Also, if you're an immigrant and you go to the U.S. Immigration Office and you fill out the paperwork and you go through all the bells and hoops, which admittedly are too many and we need to fix that problem, and you've done it all and you've immigrated here and you've done it all the right way, welcome to America. You've said your Pledge of Allegiance and you've got your flag. Well, truly welcome. We welcome. Glad you're here. But you fire up your family because things are tough in your country and like, listen, and you leave and you go through the wall and you make the process for the people who do it right worse by illegally coming here. And then that pretty much takes away the necessity for getting the good immigrant. And then people here start relying on the immigrant who broke the law and came here and will work for cheaper while pretending you're all for the people and against things like slave labor. That creates a problem. And there's a difference. One is an illegal alien and one is an immigrant. Is it sad that people have to illegally immigrate to this country because their country sucks? Yes, it is. We can't help everybody. Wish we could. We can't. There's a solution, but both sides need to come to the table, which will never fucking happen. Legal immigration needs to be streamlined a little bit, but we still we still need to pick and choose who comes in. That's just a reality. That's just a reality. I know we're awesome as a country. I understand that. Make your country awesome. That would be, there's lots of people, especially, it's funny, they come here with a lot of pride for their nation. Go have that pride in your nation by fixing your nation. I'd be for that. I'm okay with having cultural pride. That's awesome. But Hollywood loves to, they love to conflate immigration with illegal aliens, which all of a sudden, like a lot on the left were really concerned about when that whole COVID bullshit was going on, at least for a little bit. Then they opened the fucking floodgates. In Texas, but I'm sure that wasn't retaliatory at all. I'm sure that wasn't retaliatory at all towards a red state from a blue administration. Not at all. Because they are the paragons of virtue and goodness. Superman is a refugee, can't return home. He also learns English and doesn't commit crime. Yeah, there you go. Cussing really pissed me off. Superman is someone to show younger kids. It puts a hard limit for most kids that will be allowed to see this. Can I get a signed book shipped to Rome, Italy? Adam Child. Yes. Yeah, I don't think there's any limits on international. Am I speaking out of turn there, X-Ray Girl?
I know there have been European customers, so I assume that it's fine.
Adam, how long have you been in Rome? How long have you been in Rome? Archer Merchant for $5. It's a better story if they had faked the second half of the message. Superman is doubting his family, and by the end, pictures of the Kents and Jor-El, etc. Yeah, like I that's what I thought was going to happen. I sensed what they were doing, and here's the biggest failure of them all. You wanted to have that ending where, oh, he sees the Kents as his family. Well, we got that anyway. Why you could still have that moment with Jor-El and the Kents by fixing the problem. But the reason they didn't fix the problem, because they wanted to use the harem joke. So that makes it fucking worse. It'll be fixed later. Probably. But you know what? Later, I'm not going to give a fuck. Okay, so you had my attention. And okay, James Gunn understands comic book movies and comic books better than ever. That's what I've heard. And he's got knowledge. But a lot of times when you hear this, you know, he's read a stack of comics this high, and you're going up against DC fans who are like encyclopedias with this shit. Okay. And you had to know as a comic book person that this decision would piss people off, piss off your core audience. Normies are not going to give a shit. Yes, you're right. Normies. But the people you want to shepherd into your movie and go, this is it. We got it. You're going to piss them off. And how this made it through test marketing, how this made it through so many people, because it wasn't that important. It's not like the old story hinged on it staying, Jor-El staying evil. It would have been better for the film. It would have made more money. Less people would be this pissed if you hadn't have done it. So how did it make it past so many people who have comic knowledge? And like, very respectfully, when I see Rob at Comic-Con, I'm going to go, how are you cool with this decision? I mean, if it went somewhere, cool. I'm down if it went somewhere. But for one, it's already kind of been done in Smallville. If you want to talk about, well, it's something new. Not really. Smallville's an AI, but it's still Jor-El. No, they did it to keep a joke going. That's the unforgivable aspect of it. I wanted to do something different. You know, you want to do something different? Make a good Superman movie. That'd be different. About Superman doing super stuff. Do you have an opinion on the new 52 Supergirl? Is it worth reading? I usually stick to post-crisis reading, but I'm curious if it's worth reading. I don't have a good opinion of it. No. The only things I liked in New 52 were Batman and Swamp Thing. And it went from incredibly cringe to just boring and mid. And it was a chore to fucking read. Adam, you've been there for you don't have to super chat. You've been there for 2 years. Congrats. Must be awesome. Rome. Yeah, email Mrs. Nerdrotic. I'll have her start a file. But yeah, like we're gonna be out in Europe soon. I don't know if we're gonna be in Rome, but if we're in Rome, let's hang. We're gonna be in the UK soon. That's not that far from you, Adam. If only Gary knew anything about comics. I don't know shit, Eric. Obviously, I'm a fucking poser. Me and my 2 life-size Supermans. There's a Superman sticker on my car. My trailer hitch cover is a Superman symbol. There's a light up Superman symbol here. There's one right over there. This is a Superman cape. My fucking life-size Superman. I have about, I don't know, 14 1/6 scale Superman figures right there, an entire shelf. I have so many fucking Superman comics, I can't fit them in my house, which isn't small. I have thousands of Superman comics. Thousands. What do I know? I just don't get the character. Hot girl, use your canary cry. Wait, what? That was it. Oh, that was cringe, man. That was cringe. And I have nothing against that actress. You put her in a more comic accurate costume. She looked better without the jacket on. But man, how do you make it look worse than the fucking CW? I just don't get that. Guy Gardner needed a better costume too. Mr. Terrific looked fine. They made Hot Girl shorty Mexican, not Mexicant. Alter Carbon Season 1 is a good blueprint about what Warner Brothers should do to Batman 10-episode season on HBO set in Gunn's universe. Aesthetics, quality. You could even use the blue suit. Yes. Alter Carbon Season 1 is a great show. God, Season 2 sucked. And it's a great example of pre-TDS, post-TDS Hollywood filmmaking. Another one is Umbrella Academy. Another one is Legion between season 2 and 3. You know, there's another one is Westworld between season 1 and season 2. You see pre-TDS Hollywood, post-TDS Hollywood. It's so fucking crazy. Your line of demarcation. Superman is my favorite superhero. I have all the Reeve editions, and this Gunn version is a big nothing burger. Felt nothing. What a waste of my time. Sindek, that's how I hail Sindek. Yeah. I didn't feel like anger, and I still don't. I'll point out some stupid things, but I felt nothing. I was like, well, this is where we are. Apathy. And I was like, fuck. When's Tulsa King coming out? You know what's coming out is Always Sunny is out already, and South Park in a couple weeks. I am fucking down. That's what I'm looking forward to. Sander1384 for 2 British pounds. Thank you for the 2 British pounds. I'm confused. So is Superman flopping or no? No, it's not flopping. It's not. People, the Gunn alligators are already saying it is it's the biggest opening ever. Oh, they're saying it is not a hit. So as of today, this could change. It is a very mid opening. It should have opened at $200 million. The fact that Deadpool and Wolverine, people go, well, those are more popular characters, are like made 100 million more domestically than Superman should be thought about. Yes, they're very popular characters. Are they Superman? How is DC not performing as well? Well, because of their brand damage. So I will be fair to James and say a lot of stuff that led to this weekend was not of his making. A lot of it was. He owns a lot of responsibility. I will say this. I don't care what the box office is. I don't care. This is a horrible foundation for your DCEU, story-wise. Story and character-wise, this ain't going to cut it. This isn't going to cut it. And your next movie is Supergirl, which is going to make half of whatever this movie makes, if it's lucky. Well, it didn't cost as much. Optics, baby. I don't make the rules. I just make the observations. But we'll see. But it is not going to be a flop unless it just absolutely tanks over the next week. And it seems like it's got good enough word of mouth to keep it going. There's no competition next week, except for, as Lady Greatmaster pointed out, the Smurfs. The Smurfs. Was it just Invincible? Maybe. So Superman is a Vulturemite. Yes, we've talked about that before. I'm a Snyder cultist. I'm preying on the movie's downfall like Eddie Brock at a church scene. I wanted it to be good. I wanted it to be successful, Jesus. Successful, not sexful. I wanted it to usher in an era of DCU that would crush Marvel. That's what I wanted, and it's not going to happen. For God's sake, stop reimagining classic archetypes. Take Superman seriously as a Christ figure, or, I mean, like, he's supposed to be kind of a Moses figure too. You can look at it either way, but look at him as a superhero who's good. And bad people have a really hard time making good people. Do you think James Gunn is a hack, or do you think he's just messed up with this movie? I think he is. I'm not going to call him a hack. I will say he's overrated. He's a one-trick pony. He has his wheelhouse, and he will not evolve out of it. Can you explain why you don't like Supergirl with Woman of Tomorrow? I just read it, and I don't see the problem with it. I don't like Tom King and his True Grit. And I wouldn't start with that. I would start with Peter David. Relax, man. You are ranting. I get it. Rights. Oh, I'm very relaxed, but I'm going to rant here too. Do you tell your wife to calm down? I'm just kidding. Christopher Reeves will always be my Superman. Tom Welling will always be my Clark Kent. That's fair enough. Have you ever seen videos by the Fat Electrician? Often. Yes, I subscribe to the Fat Electrician. He's great. If you want to come to Rome, I'll get you a ticket. No need. We'll get out there. We'll get out there. Thank you, though. It's just time. I want to go to Rome. Iron Buddha 80 on the Streamlabs side for $5. It's funny. A few years ago, you could easily find the budget that was spent to produce a movie, but now they go out of their way to make sure it's much harder to find the budget. Gee, I wonder why. Because they're spending more money and making less. And that has a lot to do with redundancies, unions, and they're also making less on the back end. Like Superman could easily do good if it was just licensed out right after to other streamers, but it's going to have to go on, after its window, whatever that window is, 90 days or whatever, 120 days. I'm not sure. It has to go on HBO Max, where they will make nothing. Congrats on the book from Amsterdam. I was thinking the following: what is the female Silver Surfer in the Fantastic Four universe? But what we get, I read this one already. I did. Have you seen the animated Justice League of the Gods and Monsters movie? I have. I own it. I wish the universe had continued. Yep. Gary, have you seen Dankula's video? Fell for it again on Epstein. He shocked me with a really good Trump impression. Hilarious. No, but I'll watch it today. Yes. Oh, somebody's outside my door. If Superman and Supergirl underperform, is the DCU dead? If they both underperform, there's going to be long talks, and the bat signal will go out. I don't know about dead, but the bat signal will go out. Just ordered your book, put it over 100K. Thank you, Cash Kester. Hail, Smoking Man. Did you watch the Sly Cut Rocky IV, Rocky versus Drago? The Sly Cut? I have whatever I watched on my Steelbook. It's fucking awesome, by the way. Love the Rocky movies. I'm a big Sly fan. Can't wait for fucking Tulsa King. Get that shit out. I felt more for Superbot 4 damage scene than anything other peril in the movie. I don't know what that says. It says you don't like humans. No, there wasn't any humans. The robot was more likable. Yes. Would you hire the guy known for irreverence? Make a movie that requires reverence. Exactly. You hired the wrong guy. He might be the right guy to run the studio and kind of plan everything. You just hired the wrong guy for Superman. Do you watch Icons Unearthed Batman on Prime? I have not. Icons, I have not. Matthew Hammond. Chuck Dixon is on it talking about Batman movies. Oh, okay. I'll have to watch it. Wait, how would you explain Professor X being near the same age as him? Didn't he go camping with Magneto? No, you'd have to make Professor X younger. But they had some kind of connection maybe when they were younger. Remember, he ages slower. You could still make the connection, but like I think it's really fucking important that Magneto be a concentration camp survivor. I think that is because the whole point is you become what you hate. The whole fucking point of that. You became what you hate. You think you're superior. Lady Greymaster for $10. It's a 5 out of 10 superhero movie. At best, it's a 2 out of 10 Superman movie. Screw Gunn, Marvel humor. I am so sick of strong men being degraded to coddle to weak men's egos or weak women. Remember, strong women, confident women don't need to denigrate men as well. So it's weak men and women. That's why they have the term strong women. The fact that you have to say that's got a strong female lead. So you're saying the other women are weak? No, you're projecting your weakness by stating strong. Let's go back to Game of Thrones. If you have to say you're the king, you're not the fucking king. If you have to say strong woman, you ain't strong. You're insecure. I'm going to go keep working on my video now. Go work on, get that video done. Black and White Sports 2 for $15. What's up? Still haven't seen fucking Superman film. By the way, I hated the Batman. I'm a huge Batman fan. Listening while working. Rhodes. Hey, Rhodes. Hail. Well, then you're going to fucking hate this if you hated the Batman. I didn't hate the Batman. As a matter of fact, the response to Batman was very similar to this. It's like deja vu all over again. Oh, the worst video I got I got ratioed on a Batman trailer reaction. This is back when I was in San Diego. And love the music, like some of the feel, but my complaint was it was too grounded in reality. I'm fucking sick of this shit. We just had it with Nolan. I want like a fantastical Batman who's established with a rogues gallery of villains and a working Batmobile and an Alfred. I didn't really want a miserable emo fucking Batman where the Waynes are shady and fucking Riddler's an incel. But I'll give you this. When I watched the movie, I liked the first part. I did. The music is fantastic. So there's a lot of shit I liked. A little surprised by that. Didn't hate Robert Pattinson. Not my favorite Batman. Not even close. But I didn't hate him. The third act was awful. Awful. So when I heard there's a Penguin spinoff, I'm like, well, this is going to be mid as fuck. Nobody's going to give a shit about this. As a matter of fact, Chris and I were at Hall H waiting for the Marvel panel, and they were doing the Penguin panel, and we were kind of like talking through half of it, like not paying attention, like not giving a shit. And now I wish I'd have paid attention to that panel more because the girl playing, oh my God, I'm blanking on her name. The hot, cute one was like 10 feet away from us. Was 10 feet away from us. She did a voice of the Venture Brothers. You know who I'm talking about. And holy shit, I wish I would have paid attention. I wish I would have paid attention because I liked it. Chat says wannabe Sopranos. A little bit, yeah. Except minus the therapy. Sopranos is a good show, though. It's a really fucking good show. Not gonna disrespect the Sopranos. That'd be stupid. That'd be fucking stupid. Hello, Gary. What they did to Jor-El was a disgrace to us comic book fans of Superman as a whole. This movie is a disaster for me. Fuck James Gunn and Warner Brothers. Hail FNT. Hail. Can you please hail to you, brother? Can you please review the movie Predestination, best underrated movie ever? Even better than The Matrix or Minority Report. I'll watch it again. I think I've seen that. I can't remember everything. It's The Rocketeer might be the best Disney manly hero. You're right. That and John Carter. I want. Oh, look, we got a. Oh, that's so crazy. We have a John Carter super chat here. I want a 4K John Carter so bad. Andrew Stanton can do a Superman movie. John Carter is criminally underrated. If anyone hasn't seen it, they should watch it. I freaking love that movie. I love John Carter. You know what? They came out kind of close to each other. Tron Legacy, John Carter, bangers. Why do you think delaying Batman appearance? They are giving priority to Hawkgirl. It's weird. They're delaying Batman because of Matt Reeves' deal and political capital and all this other nonsense. And they can't. So there must be something contractual with the Batman. That would be my guess. Also, it'd be really confusing if you do the Batman and then introduce a Batman. It would be confusing. It would. I would say you make the Batman a TV show on HBO, and then you just introduce your Batman in the DCU. Why do you think? Okay, but that's what I would do. I would take Matt Reeves. I would take the woman who was the writer for the Penguin. Woman. She was great. Put her in charge of the Batman show. And if you can't get Robert Pattinson, by all means, recast him. And make that a TV series. Then I would introduce a Batman, but I wouldn't introduce Batman. If you're asking me, this is my, I can make decisions over James Gunn. I wouldn't put in a Damian Wayne Robin. It would be Dick Grayson. Be Bruce Wayne and Dick Grayson. I'd put in a Robin though. Trashifice for $10 says, I watched Angry Joe and he blamed Trump as one of his top 6 reasons Superman failed, quote, because of the hate on the U.S. because of tariffs. Thoughts? No hate on Joe. I love his content. I think Joe is probably as geopolitically aware as the Superman movie. Tariffs? Most of the tariffs have been worked out. Tariffs are yesterday's news. I don't know if that's his quote or not, so I don't want to misquote the guy. Not that he's ever not misquote people I know egregiously, but I'll be fair to him. I have no doubt he's a Superman fan, and it's in his name. He's angry. But tariffs? It's not the fucking tariffs. It's the international crowd just wasn't interested in this movie and it needs to be, because if this thing needs to have legs to run out and it does. And if it gets the legs, if it wants to act like Guardians of the Galaxy, if it wants to act like Batman, it's going to need those international numbers, and maybe it gets them. I have no fucking idea, but it's not trending that way right now. It's not trending that way. Just ordered the hardcover. Can't wait. Thank you, Mr. Dano, for 19. And like, I don't want this movie. I don't want it to succeed. I don't want it to fail. I don't care what it does. I talk about it because it's a metric and it's what we do and it's fun. We love to talk about box office and break down box office. I'm not rooting for it one way or the other. Because it's really successful, then we're going to get more of this. And I said that if we get more of this, the superhero movie has no future. It doesn't. Doesn't matter if I didn't like it. Doesn't matter if you like it. Doesn't matter if Warner Brothers is happy. Doesn't matter if they're sad. None of that matters. After watching this story, having watched all the superhero movies I've seen, and knowing what little I know about like what makes something successful, this ain't it. So you can get away with this one. So the best hope you can get is diminishing returns from this, and the quality will be the quality of your average Jurassic World movie, which will be it's dumb fun and popcorn. Me personally, I want a little more. I need a little more. The going to superhero movies, knowing they're going to be fucking dumb popcorn movies, ended for me a decade ago. And they should have evolved into something better. And the thing is, it's not just like a Jurassic Park movie or a Star Wars movie, although Star Wars can do this too. You can do multiple genres within superhero movies. The versatility you have is endless, absolutely endless. But they've turned it into a singular genre that's got a brand of humor and a brand of look. And this is Disney Marvel's Superman. How is it any different? It's no different from the DCEU post Snyder, which was trying to be Disney Marvel. It's all gobbledygook and looking the same. Are you telling me that looks vastly different from Guardians of the Galaxy Volume 3? As a matter of fact, the color palette was almost identical as Guardians of the Galaxy Volume 3. And this is Superman. Yes, expectations are high. We got Hawkgirl before Hawkman and Gardner before Hal. Yeah. Well, Hawkman was in Black Adam. But yeah, it's different. Superman 7 out of 10. Entertaining. Streamlabs for more. Says Zodlander. Cheers. There's more on Streamlabs. Did I get that already? Oh my Lord. What time have we got? Oh, this is a 5. Holy shit. 5 hours. Ugh. This was like half for Mahler. FNT the movie. Henry Cavill is Az. Who plays everyone else? Pedro Pascal. Zodlander. Oh, there's more. Okay, I'll get to those in a second. Eric K. Mod, over 200% book goal coming up at 2,000 books sold. Hail! I read that one. How long is the wait? How long is too long to wait to do a movie review? I want to do a Superman review, but my depression and anxiety is holding me back. Glad you enjoyed my first super chat on Forbidden Frontier last night. JB24 for 10 Canadian pesos. Thank you, brother. Now, do it right now. And it's not too late. Don't let the depression, because what could happen is doing this video could lift your anxiety and depression once you start working on it. But for this movie, like for any movie, you want to get it out, I'd say the latest would be Tuesday. But for this movie, it's different. I think you can give your thoughts on this movie for the next 2 weeks, and I think you'll be fine. I think you'll be just fine. It depends on the movie, but usually the window is, I try to keep it at 3 days, depending on how hard the video is to make. 3 days from original release date. So that's 3 days from, say, if it released on a Thursday, Friday. So Monday or Sunday. I try to shoot for Sunday. It was early in this case because I watched the fan screening, you know. But good luck. Dark Side 69 War for 200 yen here in India. People don't buy omnibus of comic books because it's too expensive for us. We mostly buy deluxe and paperbacks, but if there is Jeff Johns omnibus, instantly sold out. He really is. Is he really that good? Yeah, he is good. Jeff Johns is one of the best DC writers of the past 2 decades. Yes, he's that good. Not very good. Not a big Snyder fans don't like him. But he's a damn good comic book writer. And I've never heard a bad thing said about the guy outside of Snyder fans. But for within comic books and stuff, I've heard nothing but nice things about Jeff Johns. They didn't say the American way in the Snyder movies either, but I didn't hear any complaints. Yes, we did. We did complain. I complained. Hello. I complained. I did. Villain for next Superman movie. I want Brainiac. Probably Brainiac. I mean, it seems to make logical sense. Been through rehab 3 times. I don't know what it's like to be in recovery. Been 3 months myself. Now on my own terms. Well, that's a good way to start. I would if you want, not telling you what to do, but if you ever find yourself getting into the darkness a little bit, find your local AA meeting. Find a good crowded one where you could just be amongst people. Hey, Gary, longtime lurker, starting the road to sobriety officially day 1. Wish me good luck. Good luck. Came into Spawn 1 through 4, first runs, bagged and boarded. How do I tell if they are the right stuff to pack them up? So you use My Light. I mean, if you got the money, just go to your local comic store right now and get 4 bags and boards, and they'll probably be like, what? I don't know what they are now. What are they now? 10 cents, 20 cents, 30 cents, 50 cents a piece, whatever. Worry about the more expensive stuff later, but yeah, just bag them and board them. And good luck at sobriety. Day one is day one, baby. Day one's the hard one. But you know what? Every day is day one. That's the way you got to look at it. Always been DC guy. This movie made me lose all hope. Oh no. Says Aryan for 40 yen. Taker 610 for $2. Your breed swapping joke crypto was hilarious. Thank you. That's okay. That's the wokest shit in Superman. Breed swapping crypto from a lab to some fucking mutt. To some fucking little mutt. Woke bastards. At least he was white. Braindaggle for $10 says, with all the superhero and dino talk, do you think the MCU should or could bring in the Savage Land? It should. I love the Savage Land. Kazar. Dude, remember, everybody my age will remember this. Marvel Fanfare. Remember the cover of Marvel Fanfare 1, the Michael Golden cover. Spider-Man in the Savage Land. And it took characters and it took them out of their normal place and put them something completely foreign. And, having a #1 comic back there was a big deal. This was a prestige comic. Marvel Fanfare #1. What a beautiful Michael Golden cover. Michael Golden, when he was in his prime, no better. No better. Avengers Annual #10. Worked on some Doctor Strange. Worked on the Nam. There's a whole comic book about Vietnam called the Nam. James Gunn didn't like actual heroic characters that only see black and white. He's a gray morality bullshit. We get a guy who can't open a jar of pickles. That is true. Brandon Routh in the Kingdom Come Superman costume is the best Superman costume put to screen. It is badass. And it was in the Arrowverse. Make that make sense. I can't. If you're looking for positive, Supergirl looked pretty hot at the end. Millie Alcock is hot. She is right casting for Superman. I just don't like the approach. But Hot Girl Screaming made me fucking cringe. Overall, 5 out of 10. No, I have no problem with the casting of Millie Alcock. She was a better Rhaenyra in House of the Dragon. I also love the Giants like your oldest son. And although you have some questionable taste with the Padres, at least we agree Dodgers suck. Dodgers fucking suck. I just pissed off the Dodger fans out there. Yeah, I know you got all your championships and your money and your prestige franchise, probably the number one franchise. Like, I would say you're probably ticking above the Yankees at this point. Sure. And that's all easy. It's easy to be a fan. You know, it's way harder. It takes a lot more work to like a team with no championships in a city with one sports team. But you did win one thing, Los Angeles. You turned San Diego into a little Los Angeles. So congratulations. The woman who was photographed with Prince Andrew as an underage teen with Maxwell mysteriously self-deleted a few months ago. Yep. Now the investigation into Prince Andrew is closed. It's a coincidence. No, the deep state is winning. The deep state is winning. I'm not going to defend Trump on this. This is all Trump's fault for allowing Trump's people to pop off about stuff that this is what I said the last time we weren't going to find anything. That shit's gone. It was never there. It's been destroyed. It's long destroyed. Is that an excuse for them to pop off and say their stuff when they didn't know? No, they're fucking retards for doing that. And Trump is retards for letting them do that and then backing them for do that. This is a huge fucking issue with people. Don't minimize it like it isn't. It's a fucking huge. We're talking about the corruption of government and diddling little kids. It's the most evil fucking thing. We're not going to go, forget about it. Oh, fuck that. I'm going to fucking forget about it. Hell no. It's the deep state fighting back. When Trump won, I said, we can't put this all on one guy. You can't. Don't hero worship. He's going to make mistakes. He's going to fuck up. And what's going to happen is something like this I saw the black pills are flowing. They are out. People are popping them, sticking them up their ass, sticking them in their nostrils, sticking them down their throat. And, we don't need people like that. Otherwise, just pack it up. It's over. Pack it up. It's over. Black pill's a suppository. You're going to take your losses. You're going to take your L's. We lick our wounds. We keep fighting. How you keep fighting? Local elections. Fuck the presidential election right now. Get local officials that have a brain. The activists, the communists, the wackos have infiltrated the lower courts, your school systems, your county supervisor positions, your city supervisor, councilman positions, your city mayors. They've taken over. And those are easy to win. All you have to do is fucking show up. So it's on us. We can't expect some savior to come down and Emperor Trump come and wave his fucking wand and fix everything. He was a better start and a better alternative than that cackling cunt. But yeah. I see all these people going, oh man, it's over. It's always going to be over if you think that way. So I know what I'm going to do. I can only speak for myself. I can't tell you what to do. Vote in local elections and be way more aware of who's lording over me locally than fretting over the presidential thing. That being said, it's a pretty big issue. It should not be minimized. Well, Elon has figured out how to get AI developers to work for him. His new Grok companions range from Gunnar to Furry. Yeah, the Mecha Hitler Grok or whatever that was. That was funny. I just laughed. Gary, I collected the 80s and 90s. Why can't DC or DCU give us a story that is really, really good? It is only the writers and directors too. Do you have an opinion on how you could do better in movies? Yes, hire better people more suited for the job. DC and Warner Brothers are a reactionary company. Hiring James Gunn was a reactionary move to their multiple failures and Marvel kicking their ass. So they poached Marvel. And this stuff happened in the comic books all the time, but it used to work. Like DC would poach people for Marvel and they would do well at DC because they were given some creative reign, but they also had strong editors who said, don't fuck with Batman. Don't fuck with Superman for a long time, not forever, but for a long time. There's people out there who could direct a Superman movie. Is it Kaczynski is his name? I might get his name wrong. Director of F1. That's the guy who should be directing. And Top Gun Maverick, that's the guy who should be directing Superman, not James Gunn. James Gunn's wrong. James Gunn is good for, like I said, Justice League International. Sure. Absolutely. He's perfect for that. I think he would do well with that. Smallville did it better. Congrats on the book. Thank you. Smallville did it better. You're right. Hey, Nerd Draw Dicks. When you sign my copy of your book I just ordered, can you draw a big one, a big dick for you? My order number is 10522. Thanks, Nerd Draw Dicks. Oh my God. This is the point where I would say, if you want something specialized, you can email my wife, but no, I'm just going to remember that one. I'll just try to remember that one. Okay. Am I saying I've never drawn a giant dick on the inside of a bathroom before or something like that? Of course I have. Every dude has. It's our version of cave painting. You know, when the archaeologists come 20,000 years from now and dig us out of the ice and they come to a public bathroom, they're going to decipher that we were praying to the fertility gods for some reason. Because, man, there's a lot of dicks drawn everywhere. I'll watch a DC movie again if it has Snowflame, the drug-powered supervillain that has the ability to give targets an instant contact high, all by inhaling white nose candy. Cocaine is my god, and I am the instrument of his will. Snowflame! You should make a tier list of every MCU movie. We should. That's a good idea. That is a good idea. Naked Gun, nice beaver popcorn bucket coming. For real? That'd be funny. Do you think Supergirl is the way because she actually remembers Krypton? Krypton. I said it just like Marlon Brando. Because she was older than Cal? Yes. I think she will. I think that's how they explain it. Oh, remember, they're going to bring up that she's also stronger. Shout out to the channel, Critical Diverse Female. Gary, did you see Jack Black's cover of Mr. Crowley? I did. Tom Morella's son on guitar and Scott Ian's son on bass. It's killer. Much love from the UK. It's fucking rad. It's great. It's so good. I have my criticisms of Jack Black, that commie little bastard, but and Tom Morella himself, nothing against this kid. His kid's actually a really good guitar player. So yeah, it was great. Box office analyst. Bahaha. Oh my fucking God. LOL. Yep. I'm a box office analyst. All right. Sorry to be a downer. Mom passed away. I don't know. Last month, and my uncle last week. I was just hoping Superman would cheer me up. It lost me after the interview. Two activists going at it. It's you guys' gayness brings us up. Mark Malkin sets the trap. They decide to fall into it. So you can't really get mad at him for doing his job. You have to blame, especially like Sean Gunn, the director's brother. Shut the fuck up. You're barely in the movie. I don't see DC passing Marvel with Clayface and Supergirl. I don't either. This was their one chance. Give me Spider-Man 4, Doomsday, Secret Wars, and X-Men. Gunn missed the window when Marvel was down. Yep, he did. And then, like, let's be real, he didn't set it up for success afterwards. Ponder this. Doesn't new Superman kind of represent radical Islam that's sent to the West to outbreed the locals? Because that's what they're doing over here. Warner Brothers should just adapt Jeff Loeb's Superman for all seasons. I agree. Chewbacca was woke. Just saying. He was. Fucking, because he was brown. And he went. Do you think Superman 78 gets made without Star Wars? No. Star Wars and Jaws being a success really changed the landscape of things. But Superman just came out a year later, so that might have been planned already. So I'm going to say Jaws and Star Wars. I'm going to say Jaws and Star Wars. But Jaws changed the landscape and invented basically the summer tentpole movie. Then it was Star Wars. Then it was Superman and Close Encounters of the Third Kind. And we were off to the fucking races at that point. It wasn't a called shot, my man. All they did was keep it on life support. Shake my head. Japan was more respect for America. My Hero Academia all might have punches named after the states, and his strongest punch is called the United States Smash. Gotta love that. Yeah, they actually do. 5 out of 10 seems empty. A downgrade to Superman's name, and honestly, Lex should have been dead already with how Crypto kept tossing him around in the office and in the shelves. Yep, they just gave him rubber arm. Thank you, Unique M16. Litton 25 for $20. You are so right about Magneto. Without the past, it destroys any sympathy or understanding. Yeah, it's too important to the character. We've asked for classic Superman movie. We got Superman 3. Yep. Be careful what you wish for. Devil's in the details. After watching last FNT, B5 or DS9? Oh, don't do that to me. I'm going to say DS9 because it finishes stronger. B5 first seasons 1 through 4 are fucking solid. Season 5 not so solid. DS9 takes a minute to get going. It's not bad for me and finishes so good. So I'm going to give the edge to DS9. But B5 and its cohesiveness, right now, I just finished War Without End Part 2, where Sinclair is turned into Valen, and it's good shit. They're playing with time, and you see old Jakar and old Londo, and yeah, it's good shit. It was like watching Brendan Fraser mummy character screaming inside a loose Superman costume. Maybe, but I think Brendan Fraser's mummy character is way more manly than Superman is in Superman's James Gunn. Are you worried about the DCU Batman after watching Superman? Also, how do you think the DCU Batman should be portrayed? I am worried. Yes, I'm very worried. How do I think he should be portrayed? Batman, the animated series. That's what you base your portrayal on. Kevin Conroy and the writing, Paul Dini's writing. Instead of seeing the new Superman movie, I had to watch the old 1940s Max Fleischer Superman cartoons, and I really enjoyed it. They're fucking fantastic. I wish that we had a better transfer. You just got hired to lead DC instead of Gunn. What's your schedule of films to reboot the universe, and in what order? And what is your JLA roster? Well, I would go with Superman, Batman, Wonder Woman. I would do and I mean, I'm going to hear a groan on this one. Green Lantern, Green Arrow. Green Lantern, Green Arrow. Because I want Green Arrow. I like Green Arrow a lot. I wouldn't know. I start with the fucking basics. What's my JLA roster? Superman, Batman, Wonder Woman, The Flash, Green Arrow, Green Lantern, Martian Manhunter. Pretty much it. Oh, there's not enough women. There's not enough women. Hawkman, Hawkgirl. Pretty much the Super Friends. Take the Super Friends. That's your roster. Later season Super Friends. What is your obsession with black people? Oh, I'm an Africa expert. It's in my Twitter bio. Your Mayo panels always finding ways to make racist jokes when mentioning black comic characters. Weird, man. We're just making jokes. We're just making jokes because guess what? You could make jokes about, you can make jokes. You just call me Mayo. Your Mayo panels. That doesn't bother me at all. So it's a matter of like, why is it bothering you when they're just jokes? We could joke about anybody. And the more I'm told to not joke about people, I mean, being the American that I am, I mean, you're going to be the same way. Saplasa, I can't pronounce your name. If I tell you not to do something, you're a red-blooded American. You're going to go, fuck you. Same way, bro. Same way. But you could throw as many Mayo jokes at me. I don't give a shit. I don't get my panties in a bunch about that shit. We're just having fun. And believe me, we rip our Asians and our Mexicans too, just as much. And gays, but mostly each other because we're all retarded. We're some Mayo retarded people. What was the monkey one? The Mayo monkey? Is it Mayo monkey?
Yeah.
We were looking up like white people racist, and they're fucking hilarious. But the Mayo monkey is my favorite. Tim P mentioned Nerdrotic review time to go back. Tim Pool mentioned my review. Did he? I thought he liked it. 8 out of 10. He liked it. 8 out of 10. Now, I mentioned Tim Pool's review. So I don't know if that's what you meant. I mentioned Tim Pool's review early on. Hello, Gary and chat. What's your Superman movies ranking? Greetings from Argentina. I almost said, X-Ray Girl almost said Argentina. Fuck. It's getting late. Donner Superman, Donner cut. What's number 3? Man of Steel. Superman Returns. Superman's James Gunn. Superman 3. Superman 4. Now, caveat. Superman and Lois, the CW show, is pretty good. Love Smallville. Dean Cain is the fucking man. Lois and Clark. The New Adventures of Superman. George Reeves. Fuck, I grew up on George Reeves. See, it's Superman does better on TV for some reason. They treat him better on TV. Isn't that weird? But yeah, top 3 are Donner, 1 and 2, and then Man of Steel. But that's a massive drop down to 3. Okay. I'm not saying Man of Steel is like, woo. I own it though. I won't own Superman's James Gunn, and I own a 4K of Man of Steel. I got my little tin box with the Superman symbol and everything. I recognize the Snyderverse for what it is. Bad that I like, but I'm never going to ever defend it as good films ever. And I do not identify. I don't identify as shit, but I don't identify as a Snyder bro. But I do like some movies. I think his best is Watchmen, the director's cut. I think it's fucking phenomenal. I think it's a phenomenal film. Really well done. Watched it multiple times. Love it. Love 300. Sucker Punch can go fucking never exist again. I fucking hate that movie. Gary, can you occasionally shout out vitamin numbers when you're winning an argument? B12. Oh, and did you notice Pa Kent's weird shaky eye? I did. And the guy playing him, he's great in Constantine. He is. Supergirl needs to go to a meeting in the third act. I'll take her. Yeah, B12. Vitamin E. Got to get that vitamin E. Am I right? I'm tired of reboots and shared universe films. Me. Hashtag me too. Zodlander. There are two things that stick out as bad thing in the movie, but it does not make the movie overall bad in my mind. Those things are Supergirl and Crypto and the breed and conquer message from Superman's biological parents. I had a great time in the theater and it was fun, but the movie is a turn off your brain. It'll be fine. And it delivers on that in a good way. The two things that stick out as bad things for me in the movie, but are Breed and Conquer and Superman and Crypto. The movie is fun, is a fun time. It's not a waste of time. Kneel before Zod and Homelander. F no. My name is based of Zod from Berserk and Highlander. Hey, if you liked it, brother, you liked it. See, that's normal. I'm not going to sit here and call somebody simple or a moron. I mean, I reserve that for, people who unironically enjoy Kurtzman Trek or something like that. No. Even for that, if you like it, I don't care. I don't care. I won't trust any of your recommendations. I won't trust your directions to the bathroom, even if I about to piss my pants. But it's fine. That's what's cool about it. It's called not taking it personal when somebody does like something I don't like. We have to go through this from time to time. It's okay. I think it makes the world a better place. Watch Better Man at the weekend. What a film. Yes, I was talking. I put that in chat, Geeks and Gamers today. The second best movie I've seen this year is its biggest flop. I'm not out standing for it. I completely understand why people would not want to fucking watch it, but I legitimately enjoyed it. I thought it had a great journey, a great message, and Robbie Williams as a fucking monkey, and the effects were done by Weta, which were better than Superman's. You heard me right. You fucking heard me right. The monkey Robbie Williams in Better Man is better special effects than anything in James Gunn Superman. Fucking Weta. They rule. And has a better message. Even if you don't know who Robbie Williams is, because I basically didn't. So I went in and saw it as a movie. And it's really good. It's got a good recovery message in it. So it's the second best movie I've seen this year. The best movie I've seen this year is F1, and I doubt that'll be beat. Although the movie I'm looking the most forward to is not going to be in a theater. Guillermo del Toro's Frankenstein. That looks fucking awesome. I can't wait for that. I ran into Batman paperback called The Three Jokers. Have you read that? Yes, I have read The Three Jokers. Go ahead and pick it up. Depends on how much you're buying it for. I wouldn't pay full price. DC series, a live action series made by Drew Goddard, Jeff Johns, Paul Dini, and Bruce Timm. What do you think? Let's fucking go. Take my money. I wish I got a Superman like the animated soup. So do we. I meant positive vibes to you all from Mark Fields. Thank you. Hail, Gary. Did you ever see Gigi Allen live? I did not. He was legendary, but I knew people who ran across his path and stuff, but I never saw him live, never met him, nothing that. No, he was a fucking maniac. He's a legend. And not in a good way. Infamous. Recommend you Jeff's Blackest Night Sinestro Wars. Yes, I own them. I sold them. So hand over fist sold those things. Pedro Pascal as Apache Chief. That would almost work. Do you think they will ever have Kyle Rayner Green Lantern and Gunn's DC? Yes. Or is it too much for him? Ion might be too much for him. I think they will. Jokes are the best. My buddy used to call me Bleach Stain, and I call him a skid mark. We both thought it was hilarious because the joke is taking the power out of the word that we put on ourselves. It's such a sensitive subject because of the divisive America we're in, and because there's certain things you just can't say. And there's like a ton of shit I won't say. I could. And I love the fact that I could say it. I live in a country, I don't want it, but I choose not to because I have a line. There's certain things I'm not going to say in certain situations. I think everybody's that way. But I think there's way too much of classes, people, things taking themselves way too seriously. Well, what about the past? Past doesn't exist anymore. We want to learn from it. But the past 250 years ago, 300 years ago, has nothing to do with me, has nothing to do with you, has nothing to do with anybody. It really doesn't. Other than to learn from it. But taking stuff personally, it's like the whole trans thing. Can't criticize them, can't talk about them because of their insecurity. And what they've done is they've weaponized their insecurity to make themselves above criticism by putting themselves on that progressive stack. And that's fucking insane. And I won't play. I'll criticize them all day long. I don't care. I'll criticize anybody and criticize me. That's cool. Make jokes about me. I don't care. Your favorite Superman, Batman, and Wonder Woman villain. I don't want to answer the Joker. Ra's al Ghul, Ra's al Ghul, as I called him, Cheetah, Parasite. Mel Gibson would have been a good Jor-El. What am I going to criticize you about? You're a fucking white girl. You're just another white girl, another blonde white girl with white girl problems, with your basic white girl shit, watching your white girl TV shows and crocheting. Fucking white girls. Slay Queen. All right. My God. We're going to get out of here. How are we doing, X-Ray Girl? Did I miss one? Does the West subsidize divorce? No. But that's an interesting question. Do they do that elsewhere? Maybe I'm being a little bit of a geopolitical summer child. Does the West incentivize divorce? Yes. For many, many years, the West has incentivized divorce through feminism because you don't need no man. He's robbing you of your agency. He's robbing you of your choices. You can't have a career because he might want to knock you up. You don't need to be making him no sandwich. You don't need to be ironing his shirts. You could go out and have a career. And it was all a big boondoggle because they needed more people in the workforce. And they don't really care. That's why they're bringing in illegal aliens and stuff, because once things get a little more quote unquote homogenized, once they get more normalized, people have more kids, they have more free time, they have less kids. They start having less kids, not more kids, less kids. And we need workers to keep the system going. So we're going to keep bringing them in. And part of that was feminism. You need a career. You can do whatever a man can do. You're not as strong. You're not as fast. Your bones get brittle faster, but you can do it. And forget that natural urge to have kids. Now, not everybody should have kids. I'm not going to sit there and judge people who haven't had kids. There's certain people who shouldn't have kids ever, mostly who live in San Francisco and teach them. But I think it's might have robbed a lot of women who would have had kids from not having kids and robbed them of their kids and meaning in life and stuff. So I think that's really bad. But Do I think it incentivizes divorce? Yes, through feminism. They absolutely do. Keeps lawyers happy, keeps lawyers paid, keeps marriages going and ending and going and ending. And there's a lot of fucking money in that. Also gives people easy outs. Used to be ashamed to get a divorce. Now, like sometimes divorces are good. Believe me, there's a reason why they're expensive, because they're worth every penny. I've been through one myself. But thankfully, no kids were involved. No kids. And it's a horrible experience to go through. Really is. Do not recommend it. I can't. Motherfuckers who got there. I was listening to Adrian Curry today. She was talking about her ex, whose name I won't mention. She said a guy's been married 4 fucking times. Like, what is your problem, dude? What is your after my divorce? I was fucking done. I'm like, I'm not getting married. So at that time, I didn't think I was going to have kids. I'm like, I'm not getting married. I'm not doing that again. Not doing that again. But I found the right person who knew me. Like I found the right person. And all of a sudden I'm like, I want to have kids. Kids are awesome. And we have kids and it's great. But 4 fucking times, bro. And James Cameron, 5 times. And now you see why James Cameron's just such a male feminist now, is because he's got 5 potential Me Too cases, plus all the potential Me Too cases and abuse cases from him being a dick on the set for 20 years. And now you see why he's such a fucking woke intersectional idiot. 5-hour stream, baby. And it ends now. This will be re-uploaded. But one more time, thank you for getting the book up to 100K. I really appreciate it. You could share that, X-Ray Girl. Hope you got a lot of stuff done in the background, X-Ray Girl. $100,000 in 3 days. We are close to 2,000 books sold. That is crazy. So thank you to the Nerdrotics. Thanks to everyone who left a super chat donation. Thanks to everyone who hung out for 5 hours today. It's 4:30. Holy shit. I'm not going to have a voice left for tomorrow. Glad I got my work in the morning. Thanks to everyone supporting this, and I'll see you tomorrow on the Real BBC. The book is selling very well. Very happy. Very, very happy. I'll see you tomorrow on the Real BBC on Az's channel. Catch you later.